welcome to the show. You look incredible, like a dessert that owns a yacht.
That's exactly the vibe I was going for. You know, sweet but slightly out of your tax bracket.
Mission accomplished. How does one even shop for a suit when you're...
Gold on my neck, gold on my hand, purple with the stripes, that's the walk of a man. Sidewalk shining, city lights humming, every step I take, they know a boss is coming.
Hey, we love that umbrella guy. All right. Thank you.
Police or zombie problems? Your tortoise won't stop breakdancing?
Try blue tape.
The miracle of our age. Yeah!
Red sticks everywhere!
I'm calling from Los Angeles, and I'm having a little problem under the name ThATuMBRELLAgUY. I sent him my phone number at least 20 times in the chat and told him to call me. He ignored me. I'm a man. I filed the report. If you guys could take a look at it and give me a call back, I would love to hear what you guys can do to help us. We really need to kind of stop this guy at least until Monday. I told him to call me. I'm a man.
You know what? I talked to your mayor.
I'm ADA protected.
When I was young, it seemed that life was so wonderful. A miracle, oh it was beautiful. When I was young, it seemed that life was so wonderful. A miracle, oh it was beautiful. When I was young, it seemed that life was so wonderful. Welcome to the Hat Rack, Volume Con. What the polyflop, quick grab your poly mop. I'm getting masked up to watch that lawyer drop. You threatened to sue me for what? A keyboard grudge? Well, welcome to contempt, starring a federal judge. Taking the task for all the lies you've told, only to skip out on court? Yeah, that's really bold. You really wanna dip pretending nothing matters? Well, your career called son, and it's up in tatters. You toss it all away over mac and cheese, while laying down excuses with a band of fleas. So done. And as far as the bill, you sent it COD, asking a bunch of marks to pay for something free. Yeah, we've watched for weeks as you've tried to stall your self-imposed version of a wrecking ball. Is this a magic show? Do you want me to cheer? Because poof, I saw a lawyer disappear. Add some rabbit in a hat. And what's up with those magic rocks? Are those things even on? We have a lawyer dropping out, liability going up. The Ohio order has bounced twice, and now there's more parties in the jackpot. Is your checkbook even on? Because the well has run dry. No more ecosystem, no more super donor. Your case, it just polyflopped. Now we're running undergrounds that we've never charted. Do they think it's all over? Because it's just getting started. Checking out this case of epic fail. After half the ecosystem should be afraid of jail. I would be. The ecosystem is cooked.
Oh, poor ecosystem. It's such a sad tale. You know,
they seem to be hurting a little bit, I think.
Yeah, I've read a few of Miltoast's introductions, and yeah, I think every time I hear it, I think of that song. You know, Everybody hurts.
Oh,
I got a Raider already. Hey,
Raider.
Here, I like this. It's heavy. It's breaking my arm. It's too heavy for me. Hey, you need to. I know it's one of those heavy phones though. All right.
Look at this game.
All right, you can try that one too. Right, take them upstairs though, because look at this big mess in here. Look at that. I know.
And look out the beat light. It's like beats, but
yeah.
art.
All right, well, take it. You can play with it. Try it out.
This one?
Yeah, if you want. Try it out.
Try it out.
All right.
We're gonna download it right now.
Okay, take them upstairs.
Yeah, just download it right now.
Okay.
And make sure to watch the new Pennywise movies.
Oh,
Everyone watch that new Pennywise.
Thank you for that too. I appreciate it.
She loves the Pennywise.
I'm telling you. Like, close your door. Close it. Thank you. Yeah, Jane, I'm watching the new one because it's too jacked up. But she's still promoting it. You know, that's the thing. I was like, it's a little messed up. She's like, yeah, well, I'll tell everybody to watch it. You know, Pennywise needs the support, I guess. What is going on? Oh, Lord. But yeah, I talked to Megan too. Now, Megan has not been feeling well, as we all know. But
Yes.
Megan was very motivated after somebody decided to post some pretty messed up stuff about her yesterday. They posted, I'm going to show you a very redacted version of the title as the video got taken down, but there are other videos. Now, I'm guessing, I do not know this for certain, but I am guessing since that got struck that she is probably, there's been no new uploads. So I'm guessing that she got suspended for probably a week for that. You know, that's usually what happens when you get hit that first time.
Yeah.
But she put up, I can't believe they haven't taken her channel down for the stuff she's put up yet. You know, if I put stuff like that up, man, my channel would be poof, it'd be gone. But
yeah,
she put up a video entitled Megan Fox Writer Supports Child. I shortened this to SA. You know?
Holy cow.
Yeah, that's the actual title for it. And she says some pretty awful stuff in it, you know, and the crazy thing, remember that family that she talked about supporting her and they were all rich and everything else when it all started? Now she's she's accusing that same father now of, let's just say, terrible things, because that father provided all of the threat messages and stuff, I'm guessing. But she's mad because she says that, you know, remember those videos she said were fake, those explicit videos?
Right. Yeah. She kept saying that those explicit videos were fake, that somebody created fake AI for them. And she, you know, it was disgusting, how disgusted she was by it, how horrible it was that somebody would do this to her.
Well, now they're not fake anymore. Now the new narrative to that is that her father and her mother gave those secret ones, because apparently they were secret now. You know, how are they secret when they're you can show that they were uploaded to a very public TikTok? You know, how is that a secret? Not sure. But she says that they are now stolen material. I'm not going to pull the words up on the screen because, again, this is some of the things they say. But yeah, she, I mean, well, she's been out. First of all, she uploaded over 100 videos in around 4 days. You know,
yeah,
right?
That's the evilness coming out of her again.
It's something coming out.
I mean, I can't look at it except for anything but it being absolute evil. I mean, she sent over 79 posts in less than an hour onto my channel, and it was everything from wanting to get sexual to hating me to loving me to telling me that, you know, she was worth she was worth $10 million, and
Well, she said for Megan, she said, stalker Megan Melissa Fox under investigation. She keeps saying that she's under investigation, by the FBI and stuff and by the police. By the way, I noticed that policeman, I'm guessing she's not employed anymore. That's going to be my guess because she stayed up 3 solid days. And I'm going to guess that that's part of it. I mean, it was like 3 days, no sleep, very crazy stuff. But she said that she's under investigation, stalking, harassing Leslie Federigos under a quote unquote journalism con. She holds no, this is the, by the way, the thumbnail, it just has it printed across the front. She holds no formal education in journalism, nor does she appropriately investigate. Then you get to this part. Okay.
You're still showing one screen.
Yeah, I'm not pulling this up. I'm not
okay.
Show this
Okay.
in front of you.
Okay.
Because it uses some certain colorful,
Gotcha.
words that this platform will not enjoy. It says she has stalked Leslie Federigos by contacting her estranged family members, former clients, and employers. She has published sexually explicit content without consent that was stolen. So now it's stolen material, and she says her father and mother stole it. And on top of it, since her father gave up messages, she has blamed her father for very horrible things, which I hate to say.
Which she said that she was going to do. She threatened that already. That was one of her big threats, was saying if you don't do what I tell you to do, then I'm going to post these explicit things, and it doesn't matter if it's true or not. Everybody will believe me.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, it works too. Unfortunately, that's the power of this kind of stuff. Those kind of accusations, they are career ending. Oftentimes they're career ending, and they will ostracize, but it can lead people to do terrible things to themselves too. And people like this, they use them all the time. But it kind of flagged down pretty quickly. I think that whole channel should be. In fact, Leslie, I'm gonna set something, since I know you like to listen. I'm gonna give you an hour, and then by the time this is not if the video is accusing Fox of supporting this kind of stuff that are not gone by the time I get off here, I'm gonna call for everybody and their mama to flag them, because again, those are grossly inappropriate and should be taken down. And you're Megan. Yeah, she's definitely, I don't think she's just talking smack to say, this kind of stuff, this is a win right here. This is easy win, defamation kind of stuff.
Yes.
Put her picture up on there, and right under it, it had those words. So that when people ran across it, that would be it. But she went further. Then last night, she went on a posting spree where she posted that everywhere. She also said the reason that she was posting it was to destroy the SEO. Like she has admitted before, she's done this, right? So she puts her name out. Since you destroyed my name on the internet with lies and failing to investigate, or God, it's scary as it does sound like that's, again, I can't do a female voice exactly, but man, that's exactly how she sounds.
Yes.
But she was like, I will now make it my mission to publish my position everywhere, ensuring SEO, that would be search engine optimization. What that means, by the way, if you folks don't understand that, it means that anytime you search a person's name, she's going to make it her mission to tie that accusation to Megan Fox's name forever. That's what she's saying. Across all of your aliases and names. By the way, she doesn't use socks. See, again, this has been one of her breakdowns too. She's like, oh, she's using fake names and attacking me. It's like, no, that's just some kind of crazy.
That's stuff that's made up in her mind. Because because this is the kind of thing that she does, where she'll create a whole bunch of different names, different aliases, and then also post anonymously to get people to engage with her. And nobody wants to engage with her. I thought we made this clear. Just, nobody wants to have anything to do with you. But yet she came out, sued you, sued Tug, sued Megan, sued J-Hip.
Yeah.
And whenever she gets called on the carpet, then she backs out and does it so she can come back and refile within a certain period of
there's
time.
an active lawsuit already too, right now. So she put up, at the beginning of all of this, she put up something that said that, essentially debate me by the 7th with, kind of an or else. So I'm taking the or else to be, I'm going to accuse you of more and more worse, terrible things if I don't get my way. And she already started that, and on top of it, she threatened. So here, thank you, Melissa, too. I saw you had posted these. I'm glad you caught these. She said that Megan, Melissa Fox, doesn't want to see the truth. You can follow her at where she changed what the hales to what the, and she said, I will be paying to promote the truth. So not only is she promoting this stuff into the SEO, but she is going to publish it across, you can see her threatening, across multiple platforms. So she's taking it to YouTube, TikTok, she's taking it to to Facebook and more. And she said that these people are being sued and they're in the process of potentially losing their homes. And she's more worried about paying to try to destroy Megan.
I know why she's doing this. I know exactly why she's doing this, because you're probably about 3 months out. I would say you're about 3 months out before anything is heard in any sort of court case. And I'm just guessing here, because it takes about 3 months to change the algorithm on Google. So if you do a Google search for her or for anybody else, it'll show what she wants it to do. And this is the game that she's playing.
Unfortunately for her, she has messed with people that catalog everything. So, if there was somebody out there that was naive enough to not watch every twisted little thing that she's been doing, cataloging it more, that might be one thing.
Mm-hmm.
But she changes that SEO, especially for Megan, where that searches, exactly who to lock it down to. Yes. And I'm sure she's convinced herself, oh, I'll be able to, sway these people. Yeah. Imagine pulling up that thumbnail and showing it to a jury and being like, look, this woman here is a mother. And this kind of stuff, it could harm her. It could harm her children. It could harm her family. She could potentially get police visits over this. And she's trying to make police visits happen. So, yeah, Megan's talking for real lawsuit, like for real legit, on top of all this other bullshit. She's talking defamation lawsuit, because I was like, hey, all you do is add all this to the lawsuit that's going on now. And you say, this is retaliation because of the lawsuit that we have going on right now. And you sue her for damages as part of it.
Yes. Yeah. And if there is any damages that come out of this, which you hope to hell that doesn't, because that would be bad. But if any damages do come out of this, it would be very convincing, and if Megan started losing income because of this, all she has to do is turn around and show this right here. And there's not a jury in the world that wouldn't agree.
Yep. That's crazy, man. When I saw the talks about SEO and everything else, it's like, you got to be kidding. Again, she got hit, so you got to add that into the amount of time. She had just cleared 3 days, and she after she clears 3 days, we have 100 videos that have gone up. And I mean, that's nuts, man. So really, we're not talking about somebody that did 4 days. We're talking about they got to the 4th day and I'm guessing again with her not uploading and the flag notifications that, you know, she can't upload it all.
Yeah, that would be my suspicion. That, God, psycho.
For real. And over stuff she's admitting is legit. She's saying those videos that were noted. First of all, the school thing, she very much did go and make videos inside of school. Undisputed.
Yes, she did. And she posted them online.
Yep.
And is her channel still listing as children protected or some crap like that? Where
I don't remember.
It's made for kids.
Oh, it was for sure. It was earlier, you know. Let me see if it still is, because it was. I wonder if a channel named What the F is showing as a child-friendly one. By the way, let me check that.
That would be wild if it is.
Yeah, it was for a while though. You know, while it was uploading all this insanity, it had all that. By the way, hey, where's your subscriber count? By the way,
I don't know. I'm a little under 100. Little under 100 from hitting 10,000.
Okay, mods, will you do me a favor tonight too? Will you put up a link to Mr. Shizzy Wiznut's channel real quick? I will pin it to the top of the chat, and I want to get him like he's under 100 subscribers off from 10,000. So that would be very simple for us to fix there. I mean, heck, you know, I'm sure Lips could go and subscribe with all of her alternates and get you right over there.
She could. With all of her personality.
Oh my God. That'd be like, holy crap, you got 100,000. How'd that happen?
Yeah, that's true, JC Wet. I totally forgot about that. You know, Megan the other night, whenever you couldn't be on, she was streaming right in the middle of it. Her stream got hit.
Oh, yeah.
Where people couldn't put any super chats in there.
Mm-hmm. We found out. So I'm not going to note the how or what, okay? Because this would just
right.
That would be like a lesson on what to flag for. But figured out what they flagged. We figured that out. So once we figured that out, it definitely was, let's just say, somebody flagging at it. And yeah, they won't be doing that again because we know exactly what they took aim at.
Yes. Well, and those and false flags like that could get your channel struck too.
Oh yeah. That's what the whole point of them doing that stuff is. You know, they're trying to harm. They're trying to do harm. They're trying to take Megan Fox's channel down. I mean, ultimately, we all know what their game is that they're playing, and it's a nasty game. Again, you know, because Leslie, does she upload 100 videos? Yeah. Is there any quality to anything? No. Although, interestingly, she has admitted that, you know, she denied before that she was the Hodunk Hillbillies, right?
Right.
Remember, she was denying it still. Okay, well, in her breakdown this time, she uploaded a bunch
why
of
she created them. Well, and she also uploaded why she created them.
Yeah, well, she uploaded all of them. Like, she uploaded Jay Horsehead, and you know, all of my old favorites. You know, I mean, totally, Jay Horsehead is my favorite. I mean, look at these. Like, you want to talk about, this is like a who's who of freaking how to win a lawsuit. She puts up all this stuff, how he formed a cult to attack. And it's not to attack what the hales. It's saying how, you know, it's funny how punctuation changes that. It makes it sound like, you know, well, yeah, the ecosystem is a cult, but that's not what they meant. How they scammed the Hodunks. What the hell? It's fake. How he scammed the Hodunk Hillbillies. Hodunk Hillbilly scam busted. I mean, They go through like armies of these freaking things. Let me read a few titles.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
This
I mean,
just this is crazy. Why would anybody do that many? I mean, I can understand you want to
a
upload
bunch
things.
of these, you know, not to mention all of the shorts that are up here too, you know. Plus she changed, okay, so she changed her banner to from what the Hales, you can see it's Hales to, so I mean it's admittedly going after his brand. Like,
Yes.
there is no denying it. She put it in the freaking title. I mean, that's awful, but I'm laughing because I'm like, how could you can't deny she did it? There's no deniability. How dumb do you have to be?
Well, genius level of stupidity is what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I mean, it's magical. It's for sure. It's definitely magic. She has 98 videos showing currently. Okay, so she deleted minimum. I saw 5 deletions myself, and I don't know how many. You can't keep up after a little while, you know, because they're hidden back, and I didn't have anything logging all of the ones going up. So I know that there were 103 videos for actually 104 because of the one that got taken down by YouTube as well. So I know there were 104, but there may have been more. But yeah, so the Hodunks, it's like they put up the Warriors, which is so sad. My God, these people are
Warriors.
Then they put up one that's supposed to be George, and it's called "Why Can't She Be Like Lips?" You know, but
oh God, no! Please, George, never, please, never be like Lips. No.
Here it is. Actually,
no.
Let's pull that up here. There it is. Why can't she be like Lips? Then the easiest group to call. Look, this is undeniably Jeremy Hale's face.
Yeah.
So, whoops. Cults through history, creating the army of stalkers. What an idiot, man. I mean,
you know, that's the thing. You know, you can sit there and try to call Jeremy some sort of cult leader, but it's not that he's a cult leader. He just has a cult following. So same way as Rocky Horror Picture Show. Either people like it or they don't like it. And they're welcome to watch Jeremy if they want to watch Jeremy. If they don't want to, he's like, okay, that's fine. I'm still doing what I'm doing.
The problem is this person is going on a channel where we have 6 figures missing in my, again, by their own admission, by the FAT's own numbers. There's over 6 figures missing. They want to talk about scams and donation scams. Maybe they should look in the mirror. She re-uploaded Bruce being crucified. That's what I believe. That's the hypocrisy and repeating history. I believe that's the one. So she uploads him being crucified. And I get the feeling, again, I don't know because I'm not part of their circles, but I get the feeling that there is a very ugly break, let's say, that has happened. And she's definitely, I know that she and Bruce don't get along. You could hear it in that one live stream they did. Oh,
yeah. Whenever Bruce came on and talked about they were laughing at them. And that was all because, she was promoting the Flea's, response that was completely garbage.
Right.
Because she was responding to defamation. She had the right document number and everything, but the writing was clearly written by AI, and you're just going, how stupid can you be? I mean, there might have been tweaks here and there, but it was so horribly written. And Bruce is just like, no, that's not right. Why are you doing that? He got so upset. You could just hear the tension in his voice.
Yep.
And I don't think he's even been on. Him or his wife have been on any of their streams, in their little chat, talking it up. I think that he's backed off from it because he knows that it just ruins him even worse every time that he goes there.
Well, I haven't seen him around at all. Like again, I've made it clear what I think of Bruce. On the same time, they owe him everything.
Oh,
The
yeah.
police owe him everything because he created them. Everything that they have done or have been able to do. And again, I'm not saying he's responsible for them pocketing money. That's not what I mean. I'm saying for their success.
Yes.
He is responsible. Although it is messed up, Bruce, I think you should be calling that shit out. But he is responsible for their because he went out, he tried to recruit people, including yourself, you know.
Oh,
He
yeah.
tried to recruit quite a few people. And he controlled access to Lynette Preston and John Cook. So whoever, you know, they were doing all this stuff behind. Now, if they, Bruce, if you would have gotten somebody that would have been a better spokesperson, one of the things maybe they would have appreciated what you and them had built. But of course, they took over your anti what the hell's media ecosystem and kicked you to the freaking curb, man.
Oh,
And
yeah.
it's amazing. Well, they kicked Lynette. I never thought they kicked Lynette to the curb, for God's sake. You know?
Well, I mean, you know, but you also have to look at it this way. Bruce did get compensated. He stated that publicly, that, you know, it took care of all of those unpaid invoices that he had. He stated that publicly. And he thanked the whole, you know, anti-Hales group over there for it, for doing that for him. So I, you know, I don't know, you know, how that money got to him. You know, unless he had some sort of PayPal set up that only, you know, those people that were in the know knew, because nobody else seemed to know where that stuff was at. But it looks like he got his money. According to him, he got paid.
Well, they definitely ended up getting paid, you know. That's the thing. And it was Bruce that got them paid. Again, I don't have to like Bruce at all to say that any of these morons, because look at the other morons out there. The other moron channels, they get nothing, no traffic, no nothing. But why do these hateful windbags, why do they get anything? Well, because they got to build off of it. And because you know, they were dumb enough to get themselves sued at the level they have.
Yeah, because Bone Crusher doesn't get any views on anything that he does. Stupid Dave doesn't get any views on his stuff.
His freaking, man, I have not gone through yesterday's. God, he's so boring to listen to. He is, you know. He's like, why do you call me boring to listen? Because you're an idiot and you say the stupidest fucking things ever, man. But, you know,
Yes,
I have to really get motivated to do that. But I went through the one before, the, what was it? Chat with Ray, have some fun. I think that's the name of it.
That just sounds.
I was like,
that just sounds creepy. That just sounds creepy.
It was kind of. So at the end of it, about 90%. Now he does here and there talk about Hales off and on. He has about, I'm going to say 8%. That's what makes his stuff kind of boring too. His is about, it's 8% where he's kissing ass of people like like paint chips, for example. You know, he loves paint chips, which I love. Somebody that is going to preach at me and tell me, you know, I'm the Antichrist to throw in, talk about drinking and stuff with them and talk about how they've never done wrong, you know.
Oh, God. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, how Volpe, let's see. I wish Volpe could get his YouTube channel back. Yep, that's right, Richard. I agree with you on that. Whether Luthvin or Mike, Volpe, this is how it reads for real. It has what he's been accused of. I don't remember seeing anything like that. I don't remember where they're coming from. I think they just hit him with everything they could. The bots got him. The bots. So.
Nobody from my chat that I know of went after this guy, because nobody paid any freaking attention to him. He got his crap struck because he is an idiot and was posting things on there that were illegal to be posting on YouTube according to their terms of service.
You know, yeah, I think it was paint chips that got him knocked off. Personally, that's just my guess because of the stuff he was putting in his backgrounds and all that other, the filing with, let's say Rosalind and that adult items background that they put up with her.
That crap was that crap pissed me off.
Yeah, it's so gross, man. It just shows. They always talk about like Jamie hates women. Oh yeah, you show you really respect him, you piece of shit.
Let's break that down. Who really hates women? They've gone after Shara. They've gone after Jamie. They've gone after almost every single female. They go after Megan. They go after Georgie. They go after Squid. They go after. You just start naming people. And every single female, they get an opportunity, they go after, they go on the attack.
You remember the soapboxing about fat shaming that Mr. I'm So Godly told us about? He was like, oh, they're evil, they fat shame, and they make fun of people. I don't do that. Okay, well, here's a direct quote. This is from that same stream. I noticed this. I was like, wow, that's he was like, he was talking about Leslie because boy, he has some kind of let's say infatuation with Leslie and how attractive she is. Yeah, he was like, oh, she looks so good, compared to Martha. He said this though. This is what those people are there fat shaming. They're so bad. Martha isn't half the woman Leslie is. Nope, she's just twice as wide. That's Mr. Godly, Mr. I don't fat shame.
Oh yeah, Mr. Godly. Rotten hell, you piece of shit. And I mean that seriously. Ray Bone Crusher is an absolute garbage human being. I watched him sit there and tell people to come after me and my family. He can go to hell. I have no love for the guy whatsoever.
Oh yeah,
I've always been as respectful as I possibly can. Being that he's elderly, and and lost his wife not too long ago. I've always been respectful. I've had a open letter that I haven't released because I wanted to give him a little bit of respect, and he still. It just absolutely pisses me off that you've got this guy that wants to be such a effing hypocrite that he can't contain himself. He would not be anywhere on YouTube if it wasn't for Larry boosting him up. Larry is the one that boosted him up because, it's just like, hey, go check this guy out, give him a hand, trying to help him out. And now, I mean, it seems like he did this 180 where he goes on the attack, goes after people, has no problem being on panels where he tries to destroy other channels.
Well, that's actually the first time when he ended up doxing himself. The thing that they were doing, with his name front and center, if you look that up, they are going to the ADL. They're on the ADL site, and they're trying to flag down Jeremy Hale. So they were trying to use Bruce as a weapon at that time, but he was sitting on there, and he was totally part of that. So for him, I mean, yeah, he's I cannot abide hypocrites. Like if he wants to sit down, he wants to get in the mud and talk shit, then talk shit. I talk plenty of shit. I don't care, but don't pretend to me that you can climb up on the soapbox and pretend that you've somehow you're ordained and that your voice somehow is a message of peace. When you've told people to stalk a man, to call him a PDF file, to follow him around, it's gross, man.
Oh hell, he was talking about going down to Otter Creek and harassing Jeremy with signs.
Oh yeah. That right after the lawsuit came out too. That was the funny thing. I was like, I wonder what Jeremy's suing for. Because again, I had not watched all these smaller, collect the assortments of people. I hadn't watched Milto's. While we're talking, let's pull up that. Let's pull up that let's pull that up. I haven't talked because Miltoast, apparently one thing in common too, they've all apparently been going to the police lately, and which is amazing. Like Miltoast, for example, if you don't know his background, all right, as I've said before, he was part of the quote unquote commentary community. Now, if you don't understand what that means, there are drama, I mean, just straight up drama, wreck your life channels out there.
Yes.
And he was one of those. In fact, he got a shout out from one of the biggest ones for going after somebody at one time. And again, I have no problem with that sphere. They do whatever they want. I'm not part of that. I cover cases, shit. But he inserted himself into this, and he spent well over a year like trying to just belittle, attack. I mean, he enjoyed it until he got sued and people were trying to serve him. Now suddenly, I'm a victim. I'm a human being, man. Fuck
yeah. Well, if you're a human being, then act like a part of the human race. I mean, that's what being a human being is. Being able to. Oh.
He still has up videos attacking everybody. Yeah. So he whines and cries. Like I said, he went on it showed me they're all hypocrites. Like I said, you want to get down in the mud, get down in the mud, but don't pretend that you don't. But he went on a channel and he was whining. Someone sent me this clip and I thought, wow, because I can't remember what channel it was. It wasn't one of the typical channels, that are out there in the ecosystem. But he was whining, and he did an AI song, which is supposed to be Megan and myself. Okay. And he's insinuating that we have let's call it a relationship. Right. And he's like, well, that's okay. He's like, that's totally okay. That's satire and parody. But making fun of me because I'm fat, or, pushing because I have mental issues, that's not. And I was like, huh. So, aiming that at like a married woman who has family, kids and stuff, that's okay. But I got you. Like me, I don't give it. Like I said, you're going to hurt my feelings.
No.
But they certainly like targeting. The whole point is they think anything they do is okay. Remember him pushing the Hodunk Hillbillies?
Oh God, yes. That was he pushed that for like 2 months before Lips even came out. Mm-hmm. He was promoting the hell out of that crap.
Yeah, he actually he was trying to help them make money. And that was the most amazing thing that I saw with that, I think, was him trying to, pretend they didn't know who they were, and they were talking about them, again, getting pay.
Oh, and he was bragging about Lips helping him out with all his stuff that he was writing to Jeremy.
Oh yeah, that was let's see if this locks on, because a lot of people forget about her intro. God dang it, it is not. There's a 4. I have it. It's just being stupid again today. Every day. I'm like, man, come on, StreamYard. Between that and I've got a tower here, and I'm going to set it. I pulled everything out. I couldn't find the cord last night. I was like, man, what'll happen is I'll be like, Shizzy, hey, why don't you come on? And then the damn tower won't work. I was like, nah, we're not going to do that today. But here it is. So remember, she put out. Now we didn't know about Hodunk Hillbillies with all the stuff and the quid pro quo about him, pushing it. But they put out for immediate release the whole, this is about his case and why it's not a problem and all of that. So they were definitely having communications. You can see it. There's no denial in it. But he pushed it for a while, like a long while. And Miltoast played the whole. Let me see. I also think I have. Good God, there's a bunch of them.
Yeah, because I remember they had been cheering that on. It was amazing because all those videos just magically just got hidden.
Oh yeah. No, they pretend like, again, they've all been the good guys now.
Oh yeah, the good guys.
I love that. I mean, I've found, God, a dozen promotions of the Hodunk Hillbilly line. A freaking dozen of them. I'll pull those up in a few minutes, like when they finally load in, because they're going to be a pain in the butt, I bet. I'm not even
I
gonna
bet
look
they
at it.
will
It made me
be.
mad, so I'm not even going to look at it yet. I'm going to look at this first. This is what he put up. A very personal message from me. Please read. Tonight has been extremely hard for me, and I want to speak honestly from the heart. Not as Stupid Dave, not as a YouTuber, not as a defendant in a lawsuit, but as a human being. Now, this is supposed to pull on my heartstrings. The only thing
is if you go to the very end of it, he signs off as Stupid Dave. I joke not. I mean, this is the irony of it. And
actually, I asked ChatGPT what it thought about all of this, by the way. You know,
it's right there.
So he
right
signs
there.
off. He's like, I'm not Super Dave, but look, I'm Super Dave. So I asked ChatGPT what it thought about this. And, well, maybe I asked it to be funny too. Maybe I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, of course I did. Always, because God. So what did it think about this whole speech? And here's what it said. Quote, here's the blunt truth. It sounds pathetic because the tone is quote unquote Oscar speech panic, not quote actual human being processing something awful. Too polished, too apologetic, too dramatic. And it reads like someone clutching their pearls in a candlelit monologue. And you're right. It doesn't feel relatable, even though the content itself wants to be serious. Now, why? Number one, it written like a sad Facebook auntie post. A sad Facebook auntie post. You know the ones, quote, I normally don't post things like this, but I'm like literally shaking right now. You know those?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. Like it's heavy, drawn out, tear-filled, and overly earnest. If the internet smells the energy a mile away and goes, oh no, not this again. Number two, too many apologies, not enough backbone. There's 47, there are like 47 variations of, I'm scared, I feel intimidated.
47 variations in this short.
Yeah, and this, there are around 47 variations of, I'm scared, I feel intimidated, I'm overwhelmed, I'm drowning, I never wanted this, I'm so small. So it says, it's emotionally honest, but online it reads like a man typing while wrapped in a weighted blanket, whispering into chamomile tea.
A weighted blanket. I'm sorry. A weighted blanket.
This is the thing too. Okay, folks, when the fats pull up a chat GPT, they're like, I asked chat GPT to analyze and tell me like how terrible German. Yeah, well, that's what it tells them to do. It's like, you know, tell me why this is so terrible and this person is a narcissist. And of course it will. Like I could ask it with this. I could be like, tell me why this person's a narcissist. And it would. It very well would.
Yeah.
Because that's what it does.
Yes.
You know?
It tells you what you want it to tell you.
And it doesn't know it's a real human being ever. You know,
no.
It just looks at words. It doesn't say, because the way that it's set up, it analyzes. It's trying to please you to get your money. That's really what it wants.
Yeah. I mean,
but let's see. It's way too long. It's number 3. And the internet attention span is lizard checking TikToks between Cheeto bites. My paragraph 5, people are like, bro, did you lose a fight with ChatGPT? Is this auto drama generator? ChatGPT laughed at him and said, dude, is this ChatGPT?
It's like, why do I feel like I'm arguing with myself?
Oh my God, that's amazing.
Oh God.
Number 4, it said, you sound like you're pre-eulogizing yourself. Lines like, how many of us need to be hurt? When will help come? Are we doomed forever? Bro, this sounds like the Fellowship of the Ring got wiped out and you're riding to Mordor.
My precious.
Precious, where are you, precious?
Oh God.
Oh my. Number 5, it likes the things people actually relate to. You know, like a little humor, self-possession, grounding, anger, feelings, period. You know, real humans under stress usually joke, snap, they get sarcastic, talk blunt, curse. They keep it short, they stay relatable. This reads like an emotional audiobook narrated by a man holding a single wilting rose. Oh my God.
He was the outcast from the
I can really hear
Bachelor.
it. Oh, behind it, I hear it like playing the Everybody Hurts, you know.
Oh, wait, I think I have the music.
Oh, yeah, let's see. Actually, let's read a little bit. Let's see how it goes. Earlier today, a viewer sent me something that shook me to the core. A public post about me showing an old mugshot from 2016 with captions and statements that were not only cruel, but completely false, including the claim that I was convicted of DV. Yeah, it does. That really does work with it. Also, he's saying that he was never charged because of the setup. Now, this is an interesting thing that when he's talking about with no process, people should look up no process.
No, he would have been processed, or else he never would have gotten a mugshot, because process means that they bring you in, and it's the same thing whenever I get my my carry permit renewed. You go in and they fingerprint you. They confirm that you're who you say they are. They do a background search, make sure that you don't have any extra warrants or anything. It's the same process.
Yeah. Well, he's talking about, so there they use no process in court, or no, what is it, process?
No,
something. I can't remember the
right. Yeah,
but it's essentially saying like the state's not going to prosecute. It's kind of like a dismissal without prejudice, so they can bring it back to you. You get yourself in trouble again, your ass is in trouble. So they did, yeah. As far as formality, like taking you in prison and stuff, yeah, or jail and processing you through, yes, they do. But it dismisses charges, but it allows them to be brought back within a statute of limitations. You know, unfortunately, though, I'll tell you, with DV and all kinds of other stuff, the reality of DV, like, it would piss you all off to know what that's really like, because ultimately.
Well, we've seen the way that it's worked on Jeremy too. I mean, you know, look at what he's having to deal with in Florida. Yeah. You know, that they've got restraining orders against you know, Crook, Lynette, and you know, they can't even get the sheriff's department or the prosecutor to do anything.
It's because they don't give a shit about, like, a normal victim does not actually matter, and the reason they don't matter to them is because they don't generate headlines.
True.
They only want to prosecute headline bringers. That's it, you know. So that's why I mean, you get treated like garbage. Like for a first time DV offense, yeah, you have somebody do something, unless it's a felony. Now, if it's a felony, that's pretty bad, by the way. I can't tell, like somebody hitting you with an object probably will still fall under a misdemeanor. Burning you with something, still a misdemeanor. You know, I mean, horrible stuff. They still get away with. So what that amounts to is a couple of anger management classes and a few months. And after that, then, so when he's talking about, oh, well, none of this, that doesn't say nothing happened. That's basically saying you get to walk with the first time offense. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. You didn't have any pride. And again, I'm not saying he did any of that stuff, by the way. I'm just saying
you don't know what happened.
Such an awful garbage excuse. Give me 1 second. I got a Raider real quick.
Welcome.
I'm gonna mute 1 second.
Oh my. Well, happy birthday, Dangerous Waves. That's wonderful. You know, we'll probably get you a nice song up there pretty soon. Oh my gosh. Hey, Dangerous Waves. Good to see you, man. Null process is a scam. Government makes a deal. You don't sue the government and they drop charges against you, but in reality, government has no evidence, but will cost you prosecution till you're broke. That's right, Carly. That is absolutely right. if more rich people move to Levy County, the cops might have to behave. Right now, they get freedom to do anything they want to the bad heads. Yes, JW. And that is sort of the sad part about living in a little bit of an impoverished area, is you end up having those kinds of issues where, you've got people that won't do anything because it's like the Jerry Springer show. All you're doing is just trying to keep them away from each other at this point. And there is a happy birthday there. It's Dangerous Waves has a birthday.
What's up? Happy birthday to you, my friend. Happy birthday, baby. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's weird though is they all paraded around Jeremy Hale's divorce like it was the greatest thing ever. They interviewed his kid, who, again, in divorces especially, some of that stuff, everybody knows how families that stuff comes together. How they're pretty awful circumstances.
And coming from a divorced family, I will say that I had a lot of pretty deep-seated anger towards my father because of the way that my mother behaved. Because, of course, at that point in time, kids get sent to with their mother. That's just the way that it was. And then the father would be paying child support. Not that it was good or anything, just that's
it is. That's just the way it was. Yeah,
just the way it was. Now, I will say that because of my mother's behavior, I ended up having a lot of anger, hatred, not understanding the situation because I was only hearing one side of the story because I wasn't any part of the proceedings. And then as I got older and was able to actually have a relationship with my father, I found that what a lot of the stuff that I was being told wasn't true. And my attitude changed, and it wasn't well into my 20s before that happened. I mean, I was much older. And divorces are nasty, ugly, horrible stuff, and I hate that people have to go through that, especially the kids, because it does nothing but hurt them.
It's hard to get people to look at it and be like, I can set aside my own anger and remember, what needs to happen in this. And again, I'm not saying there aren't ones with horrible stuff, but they took sealed records that they cannot see anything on, and they decided what they meant anyway. And they put that everywhere. And then they picked up family members and more. And then they want to play victim when people are like, yo, you guys are a nest of fucking criminals and felons and shit. Holy crap,
Well, and it's always amazing to me that they're willing to show Jeremy Hale's records, but they're not willing to jump out there and show all of Lynette's records or the Flea's records, and will constantly gaslight people and say that Gabe isn't a convicted felon.
That's amazing to me, by the way. You can pull up the admission the dude has, and they're like, that's not real. That's not real. What are you talking about? I'm like, the brazenness of that, man. I mean, it's so crazy. By the way, talking about those bully exterminators, I mean, wow, whoever's behind Bully Exterminator channel sure is a visual genius. The fact, now again, he knows who this is the whole time. The whole time, they all know this. The fact that the AI isn't perfect only adds to the humor, in my opinion. I know an eye for an eye is not the right thing to do, but in this case, it's more parody and satire than bullying. That's
really? He had, like I said, he had no problem. He had no problem posting this kind of crap. And then whenever it gets turned on him and people are parodying him and mocking him, all of a sudden it becomes a bully.
Yep. There's a lot of this too. And these aren't like, there are more. There's some with George's face on it, all kinds of stuff. He's okay, but he's pushing them. Has anyone else ever watched that? Oh, it's more or less stereotyping a fan base. Oh, okay.
Stereotyping of fan base? Isn't that supposed to be hateful right there?
look here too. Okay, so at the same time, while he's playing this game, he doesn't know who they are. He's promoting Legally Leslie filing the lawsuit.
Yeah.
Say there. So he's playing. This is quid pro quo. They're playing a game of, look. Oh my God, Tug's so mean.
Just wanted to say
his Facebook. Oh, here's him.
Doug's Facebook. He probably stalks that Facebook page like a 8th grade, teenager.
It was like a scratch and sniff, whopper or something. He was like, get my whopper on. Here he's like, okay, so this is another one of the the bully exterminators where he's pushing. Oh, I laughed so hard. Seriously, this keeps getting better and better. Okay, here's another one that he promoted that had been taken. Wow, what a powerful video. So here was another one. The Ho Dunk Hillbillies episode just dropped, and it's a banger as usual. The type of humor in these videos really makes me laugh out loud. They take what is, in my opinion, the truth, crank it up to 1,000. I genuinely hope they want to push it to normies. So, anybody out there, they want to push it to your family that has no idea what goes on the internet or anything. They're saying more normies will subscribe. They're pushing it to that. Do you think, by the way, I know a lot of normies, and the stuff that they were promoting was it's gross,
Oh, the stuff that, normies, I know my wife, and she would see something like that and go, what in the ever living hell is this? This is the most racist crap that I've ever seen. And it's calling people that wear, cover overalls or lives in the South or has,
Oh, you mean like Lynette Preston and John Cook?
Yeah.
People that live in very
rural areas.
Conditions. Yes, the very people they're supposed to be defending.
I mean, I grew up in a rural area, and most people that live in rural areas, like myself, were just doing day to day. I mean, we were more interested in making sure that the hay got baled and taken where it needed to be going than worried about what was going on the internet. So it's insulting because the people that they're targeting are not the people that even pay attention to this kind of crap.
Speaking of the racism too, I mean, I refer back to Leslie's video. Again, they defend anything they do, and they have been pushing her, not promoting, but pushing her to make more of this crazy shit that she's been doing. Oh, absolutely. I saw Ray pushing, promoting, and I saw Lisa doing it. You got a person putting up 100 videos. I'd be reaching out and being like, yo, are you okay? Like Shizzy, if you started putting out 100 videos and you started putting like just straight up obscenities and other shit, that would get you, like if you confuse somebody of supporting child essay, I would I'd reach out and be like, yo, dude, are you all right? Because that's going to get you sued,
Yes.
And,
yes, and I would be thinking the same, especially and I look at this, because I've got people that I'm really close with. If I saw them doing, it's the same way if I see one of my friends that's on YouTube that disappears for a couple of days, I'm reaching out and saying, hey, is everything okay? And if I don't hear back from them, then I'm reaching out to everybody else around them and saying, hey, something's not right here. And I'm just amazed that you don't have the flea that's her bestest buddy in the whole wide world, like reaching out to her and going, hey, girl.
Shows that they aren't what I mean? Like all this fake trapping where they're all supposedly pals. It just shows you they're not real. They make this stuff up, but ultimately they are using, in my opinion, a very mentally ill person, and they are cranking them up to 11, and they're setting them loose on people, trying to do damage. And it doesn't hurt me. Like again, this kind of stuff here doesn't hurt me. It's not going to hurt my feels. You know, it's not going to hurt Megan's feels. But you go after her and you try to do damage like that, and that's like I said, that's how you get sued. And Megan, I mean, she's being very clear about, I will sue you. So I'm curious if hubby knows about this. I'm curious if hubby knows that she put down the challenge flag and essentially said, hey, Megan Fox, I want you to contact me by X day and contact me through my husband. Because if he does know that, then he's her lawyer, in this lawsuit. And for him to be part of that as a lawyer, that's a real problem. That's a very real problem.
Something just occurred to me that they've got multiple lawsuits that she hasn't responded to. Well, how is she finding time to respond to this kind? I wonder if those attorneys would be interested to find out that this is what she's been doing with her time instead of making a proper pleading or a response to any of their filings. I mean, I think they might be quite interested in saying, "Hey, this person here doesn't want to respond to us, but yet she's found the time over the past 4 days to post 100 videos."
It's wild, isn't it? This is insanity. I laugh because I enjoy a good shit show, do. But at the same time, like, I've been to the place where Megan finds herself. I had people put up just some of the worst things that you could ever say about another person, especially as a parent and more. They spread it everywhere. They made it findable. And it's nasty business, and ultimately, if we weren't in a lawsuit with her already, then that probably, you're talking about, she should know. It's very easy to, when she's already being sued, to add on and get some real damages. And I wonder if there's a certain lawyer out there that might be interested in that, because she, she tried to do plenty of damage to him too.
Yeah. She's already gone after Deuce, like, publicly. Like, I would be surprised if he doesn't clap back on this and come after her.
Here's her throwdown to, so she has a video up that she has actually 4 videos up with this. Megan Fox, will you take this offer of a live debate? You have until 12/7/25 to email my husband to accept by 5 p.m. And then after she puts this stuff up, she drops the child claims. I hate even repeating those. It's so gross, man.
So like Megan owes her some sort of communication. She's in a freaking lawsuit with her.
Yeah. We don't owe beyond. Like, I can't believe what I'm seeing here. I can, because these people have not only done stupid shit. She got in trouble and ended up dropping her freaking licensure because of stupid. Ultimately, she can spend it any way she wants. In lieu of discipline means you got into a bucket of stupid, So to have this stuff up there.
Well, she didn't get into a big bucket of stupid. She stuck her head in it and poured it all over herself and slathered it all over like she was a greased monkey.
Stupid old me. Oh my God.
I'm just picturing Connie Contain sitting on top of a car.
But she has 3 videos, other ones that are, that are talking about that. And it's funny too. She sued over being called a Muppet. She sued over being called looking like a man by random people, by the way, randos.
People for that are in the hate channels.
Yeah, and now she is saying that she's calling Megan Mega Man. I like that game, by the way, Mega Man.
Yeah, Mega Man was so much fun.
Yeah, but she's attacking her as not a woman, and I thought, well, that's kind of strange. I also noticed somebody put up a thing that was like, hey, have you looked at the dresser behind her, like when she's doing all the stuff in the pink outfit, and you can tell, like when when you edit something, like you crush in, or you try to like give somebody a bigger butt, stuff like that. It warps the straight lines. Yeah, go through there. I'd put it up here, but I'm not going to. But you should go through and look at the amount of just overworking that. And it's wild. It's wild that somebody that has as many issues as she does makes so many attacks on women. She also said, so out of her response to George, again, she said things like, you don't look Egyptian, you don't look a Mediterranean. In fact, you look like an Eskimo or some other, I don't have to use some exotic, you don't look like exotic Egyptian Mediterranean look. You have to go out of your way to like tweak pictures of mine to make me ugly like you.
No, nobody has. She's tweaking her own pictures to make herself look ugly.
And tweaking the other people's too. She's making, she's trying to uglify, and the problem is it doesn't really help. I mean, she can make herself into a Barbie doll, into something that isn't real, but again, it's not real. The thing like when George is on a channel, like she looks like herself. She absolutely looks like herself. And to take that and to try to ugly it down, hoping that you can mean girl it, that's weird.
Well, we know that she's a mean girl. I mean, she's part of the little beauty pageant groups, and those are just vicious towards each other because it's all about the way that you look. And they don't seem to understand that whenever we're pointing out the way that they look, it's not what's on the outside, it's what's on the inside. I don't care. You could be severely obese and be one of the sweetest persons, and nobody's going to harass you about it because you've got like this kindness about you. And but their ugliness that they have inside exudes to the outside, and that's what people are noticing.
Oh yeah, I mean we've all. Oh my God. I was looking through Chicken Skins. I forgot that it had like a Delufa freaking chapter.
Oh God. Chicken skins for the soul.
I love that, by the way. I must sue you for that. I'm suing over it. I was like, wait a minute. Didn't you make a comic book using some other kid, somebody else's kid? Normal.
That was so creepy. Why stupid? Why would you do that? Why would you be that ignorant to go and use somebody else's child?
Hey, speaking of, I forgot about this. Oh shit. You know what? Off Chicken Skin for the Soul. Would you like to hear one that pertains to everything we've been talking about today?
I would love it.
Oh my God, I forgot we had one. It's called Never Let a Good Controversy Go to Waste. And well, let's see if you recognize some stuff in here. Because this is totally, again, satire and parody. Because attention is the purest form of prayer. Now, the revelation of reputation. They say bad press is still press. I say bad press is foreplay. Nothing builds trust faster than suspicion, and no scandal is complete without a villain, preferably one you already invented. When my name comes up, I don't panic, I purr and coughs. I love it. The teacher and the quote-unquote stalker.
Oh,
yeah, I forgot all about this one. Our lesson today begins, as all great moral parables do, with a woman who uploaded her classroom to the internet. A dozen or so videos, students in frame, voices captured, full channel, the works. Now, the school allegedly received a phone call and a few emails about this. So naturally, I reported it as full-scale school lockdown, entire district shut down, 3,000 students denied education by the stalker. I also added, the police and the FBI are investigating, which was technically true if you kind of self-report as an international incident. See, context is for quitters. Drama, it's for prophets. You heard my songs. I'm an entire religion. Oh my God. Yeah, man, you know how much chicken skin you have to eat to become an entire religion? Holy shit. Dude. We are not on that level, that's for sure. Oh my God. Okay. The art of holy omission. Now, of course, I didn't mention that my quote-unquote victim friend was currently being sued for harassment, or that she had filed her own fake lawsuits against what felt like half the country. This is county. I need to put in country. I see that. That's how you tell like ChatGPT doesn't do it. The stupid little typos, you know. You see those human typo problems. Or that she had written fake obituaries. And we blamed them on someone else. When she later admitted to the public that she had written that, I called that healing transparency. Because healing transparency. Because if you shift your lies fast enough on the stream, I'm sure no one notices. Oh. My job isn't to report the truth anyhow. It's to curate it, you know, to prune it like a bonsai of chaos until it spells sympathy.
You know, it's just the letter S, and it actually stands for shizzy whiz.
Until it smells shizzy. The live stream of righteous chaos. Oh. Our stream started like every other. Dim lighting, emotional support candle, 3 Diet Dr. Peppers that of course aren't diet, and an apparent lack of mental health medication.
Diet Dr. Peppers, a bunch of cough drops, and a bag of chips.
Yes, let's see. We need to put in Diet Dr. Peppers loaded with cough drops. That would work.
Loaded with cough drops and chicken skin.
And chicken skin. Cuff drops. Look at that. Cuff
That's both what they sound like too. Cough drops.
Oh my God. The headline read, "The truth about the stalker exposed." Now, within minutes, hundreds of people were watching, which I need since my issues, you know, totally not my fault, of course. Yeah. Now, after an AI bait and switch beginning, I leaned close to the camera, whispering, "This is serious, friends. The entire district was shut down. 3,000 children denied education because of one deranged stalker." Now, in the chat, someone typed, "Wait, didn't the principal deny this?" I smiled and said, "You're not vetting your sources properly." Then louder, "Vet your sources."
I've heard that so many times. I pulled up those.
What's bad is like
transcripts, and it's
I
always,
am allowed my. What's funny is I'm allowed my take. Like I said, this is parody and satire, so certain things, of course, are not real. But you tell me you've watched this shit. I think this is a very accurate accounting of how this shit plays out.
Yes, you know? There's this constant vet your shit, and it's like sweetheart. Sorry. Do you not understand? Do you not understand how service of process works? Okay. That's all I was putting out there, and she got her ass. Her panties got in a bind. Oh, I have started a whole new line. I have already got T-shirts, sweatshirts. I even have coffee mugs.
She totally lost it over that. I loved it so much. I had so many laughs about that
because I wasn't there. I don't know. How am I supposed to know anything that's going on? I'm just going by what she says. It was her own post. I was responding to what she said.
Well, then again, they again mentioned that there was an email So I did what any good journalist would do. I doubled down. That's fake. Never watch them. Never believe them. Never even think about them.
Oh, yeah. She thinks about it all the time.
Now the chat exploded. My followers flooded the comments with halos, chicken leg emojis, and stay strong, queens. I slurped some chicken skin, feeling smug. As more questions landed, I coughed dramatically. The universal sign for topic change. Oh, look, someone's attacking the chat. Mods, remove the distraction energy.
You only keep removing people from their chat. They're not going to have anybody in there except for the 10 mods.
I didn't mention that they were probably backers, as you have to be subscribed for 3 to 5 business days to comment. Now, feeling an opening, I leaned in again. You see, this is what I mean about infiltration. They want you to lose faith, to not be a warrior. But this isn't about facts. It's about fellowship.
Of the ring, my precious.
Oh, the Ring of Otter Creek, man.
The Ring of Otter Creek. We just can't seem to scrub it out of the toilet bowl.
Yeah, it pops up in your shower.
It's in your buckets.
You're like, oh no. I continue. Remember, we're writing faith in invisible ink. And if you can't see it, it's not because it's fake. It's because you're not ready yet. I coughed again, harder. The mic popped. Technical interference, I said. The stalker hates clarity. More donations rolled in, and the truth, it scrolled away.
Oh, yeah.
Now the blowback, also known as revival. Now, critics, of course, made response videos. I reacted to each one live, pretending I'd never seen them, coughing between insults, reading their usernames wrong on purpose. Who even is that evidence guy? It's a bot. Definitely a bot. My followers spammed hearts and halos, drowning out the truth with devotion. And when the real story breaks and my stalker narrative unravels, I simply plan to update the headline to "Authorities cover up for abuser." My exclusive investigation. Because of course they do. Wink, wink.
She's never investigated shit in her life.
Now the tips. Crisis is content. If caught lying, call it evolving truth. If sources are vetted, claim the vetter's compromised. If proof exists, declare it fabricated by the stalker network. Always remind your followers, doubt is betrayal. And when the facts dry up, cry on camera, tears at 20% engagement. Then you have to have your affirmations. I'm not deceitful.
Grease up affirmations.
Every chapter has greased up affirmations. I love them too. Just imagine them affirming these in the mirror. I'm not deceitful. I'm devoted to narrative integrity. I'm not lying. I'm just keeping the narrative. I'm keeping its integrity intact. I'm not spinning. I'm sermonizing. I'm not avoiding accountability. I'm preserving mystery. May every controversy trend, every critic self-destruct, and every fact dissolve gracefully in the fryer of faith.
Oh God!
Oh my God! This book is so much fun. They were like, "I'm stewing over that." Why did it hit too close to home? You know?
Well, maybe you need to add pictures to it.
Well, I did add in a disclaimer. I don't know if you heard it or not. It does have a disclaimer. So let's look at that. Yeah. We can totally look at the disclaimer.
Oh, okay.
Oh my God!
My ribs are hurting.
Satire disclaimer. This book is a work of satire. all characters, events, organizations, schemes, quote unquote, fundraisers, missing money, emotional meltdowns, live streams, rants, legal catastrophes, sudden $6,000 emergencies, vanished 1,300 side pods, and general buffoonery portrayed herein are fictional exaggerations created for humor, commentary, and entertainment. Any resemblance to real persons, living, dead, live streaming, grifting, or currently streaming I'm suing into a webcam is purely coincidental. What was funny is the day after I had added this, she said, I'm suing him for this. Now, meanwhile, you know, they'll get mad about this, but the stuff that was posted about Megan like that, they'll defend that.
Oh, no, they'll actually amplify it.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
I mean, you know, ultimately, Leslie, I really hope you hear this. You're their fall guy. You're already being sued, and they abandoned you.
Mm-hmm.
They all abandoned you, and they were happy to abandon you. They, of course, they'll use you for content. You know, they'll have you on their streams and stuff, but they didn't stand with you. In fact, they abandoned you really even while you were there. You know, you had Bruce talk to her like she was an absolute dog. Volpe, oh God, he was he was not very kind either. I watched the interview that
yeah, for her being such an intelligent and what was it, a genius level of attorney and school teacher and all these kinds of things. To have somebody that's never practiced law, that doesn't have any sort of journalistic integrity or degree, to basically tell you that you don't know anything about the law and shut you the fuck down. I'm sorry. That was epic. That shows how these people really respect you there, Lips.
Yep. Yeah. Because again, you know, she doxed for them. Again, look what she did to you, man. Look what she aimed at you, people you care about, more, you know, in the name of quote unquote lawsuit. She put herself out there again for the kind of stuff that people get you back for, you know. They definitely will call you out and call you out truthfully because of, you know, some BS like that. But she put herself out there, and what do they do about it? They abandoned her in process. That's amazing to me. They enjoyed the fruits of doxing.
Oh,
and that was absolute doxing, by the way, you know.
Yes.
100% doxing. And they've used the fruits of that, but if I don't publish Chicken Skin for the Soul, then I'll be disappointed. I told my wife about it. She wants a copy. She hasn't heard part of it yet. I'm working on it. It's got to be right. And every time, like something, I think, well, okay, we're done. Then something new and funny happens, you know?
Yeah. I mean, it's almost like the never ending story. You get started on it and you're just like, all right, I'm just about done to this. Oh, here it comes more.
I appreciate all you folks that do. And of course, if you enjoy the content, that or anything else, like I said, oh my God, I forgot. There was also, there may have been a chapter that was added about what was that, about poppy seeds. I don't know if you got to see that one or not.
Oh my God, that poppy seed bullshit. You know, I haven't even responded to it because it was so stupid.
You're telling me that poppy seeds don't come back at speed? What are you talking about, man? Obviously.
No. Poppy seeds show up is the what is that? It's some sort of rock, Colombian rock. I forget what it's called, but and next thing you know, you're wandering around the streets of Bakersfield. You know.
Yeah, that's why I see all the junkies out there scraping poppy seed bagels.
Just trying to get a fix.
Oh my God.
That's why they're always out in front of Starbucks. I was wondering.
Yeah, exactly. You see all the junkies breaking into freaking Starbucks, Starbucks trash. Oh my God. I seriously, I thought, are you kidding me? If they really just, and the whole Grand Theft thing too.
Oh,
All
yeah.
around that thing where they're telling, I mean, they are gaslighting anybody that listens and telling them, again, like you said before, none of that stuff's real. And it's like he pled guilty. I mean, it's all there. Well, they're rewriting it. Oh, well, I argued and I said that when they pulled him over, that actually that wasn't legal. Well, it doesn't. It
No,
doesn't matter what
you wrote the damn judge. You wrote the damn judge and complaining because they should know better. And what did it get you? Absolutely nothing.
It got you less than nothing. Threatening threatening the prosecutor to go after them with the I'm going to make bar claims and stuff. I'm sure that helped you. I'm sure they were like, oh yeah, you know what? I'm going to listen to what you have to say there.
Oh yeah, that was the slickest move. I mean, about as slick as that chicken skin. Just slurp that stuff down, just right down the gullet.
I love the whole letter though. It's absolutely amazing. I love the fact. I also love the fact that when they're talking about this stuff, they leave out the fact that there wasn't just one person. No,
there were two. There were two.
Other crimes though mentioned. So if you go and you look at the report, there were others that were looked at as well.
Yes, it wasn't just felony possession of the wacky tobacco. Yeah. It wasn't just the fact that they were pulled over for not, and it's all her damn fault. That's why they never would have got pulled over if she hadn't have not paid her damn tag, got her tag updated.
And ultimately, I don't care about their extracurriculars. What I care about is the fact that we have 6 digits worth of money that's just poof, it's disappeared. And we have people.
You have to remember, it also went poof at the same time that he got pulled in and popped positive for the Booker sugar.
Not just that. Okay, the anniversary. So like I was noting, okay, the date that we credit, because they noted as the first donation, was October 16th for the barn. But the big donation comes in October the 20th. Now, isn't it strange that they get their giant donation on the 20th, and then a year later, 5 days after that, somebody gets popped for, what looks like, I don't know, celebratory items.
And it doesn't matter that you do you, but you've got a felony arrest. You are on probation. You would do everything in your power not to be around felony. I mean, they gave a whole list of crap not to do. It's really simple. You stay out of trouble. And I had
for sure.
I mean, I had a relative that was an addict. Okay. And this one of the things that they said, if I could just stay out of the system long enough, I can maintain.
Right.
No, that is the wrong attitude. You cannot maintain. Staying out of the system is there's a reason why you're in the system. Is you need to get yourself clean. You need to get yourself. You need to get right with Jesus, and explaining that to them, and it is so difficult because you want the best for them, but you cannot allow them to drag you down. And that seems to be all that this person is doing is just dragging everybody else down around them. And you heard
what they want though.
Al-Anon, come on.
They want to make all this stuff though about a moral issue. And it's not, like I said, I don't honestly care what they're doing over there. Again, I'm not condoning and saying, hey, do that on your nose. Not by any stretch of the imagination. But
they let Lynette just languish with her permits. and
No,
laugh
they let
about
her
it.
live in a freaking 10 by 15, her own admission. So, this is what really frustrates me in this whole thing. While they're off there, freaking bumping lines and celebrating and doing all this other nonsense. Oh, they'll come off money for a fucking lawyer because they want to look like the good guys. And ultimately, they think it might help them. So they can get in there and, they can play the witness, which is the dumbest thing I could ever see, by the way. But they won't take that woman and her kids, whom they monetized to, so much.
Oh God, we're talking six figures of monetization. I mean, good Lord.
God knows how much. We've never even talked about the like shirts or anything. They're like, oh, we never sold any of that. Yeah, bullshit.
Yeah,
I call bullshit on that. Not only that, we have no idea.
Banners, shirts, barn, fence. How and they're back at it again. It's not like they stopped.
Yeah.
Now it's, we got these things for these other people here. Sure, really.
But they didn't turn over the money they raised for 8 months for Lynette. They raised 8 months of money, and they're just like, fucker, we were never doing that. This actually for another family. They have just flagrantly stolen money. And any of these clowns over there that are too stupid to see this. Again, you have a lineup of felons out there, and they tell them to deny reality. You can look up their records, look up mug shots of what they've done. Theft. Yes. We have an extortionist over here, somebody that was involved in international fraud that has been part of it, and blackmail and more. 4 years in prison.
You had an affidavit from an FBI agent, one of the FBI agents that investigated Paint Chip, that was saying it took everything to stop an international trade crisis because of his bullshit. These little pieces of shit that go in there and they talk all big and they want to be all hot shit. And the next thing you know, they're about to cause an international trade crisis, because part of our trade is with other countries of shipping product that they will take the scrap and they will turn it into producible metals, and causing a trade crisis because they decided to fill up containers filled with concrete and got basically stopped at the border, and then wouldn't even hand the money back over. They got sued by the Chinese damn government. And to sit there and say, oh, it's no big thing. You forced a blind man to sign off on this stuff that was disabled. And then you want to turn around and say, well, Gabe was never involved with a disabled blind man. That's not what anybody has ever said. You fucking morons.
Trying to pull that and say, yeah, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, no, you have multiple fucking criminals over there. And it's a nest of them. Again, they have convinced people to go. These are the kind of things that you speak out against. When you see all of these people coming together to do something, that should really get you questioning.
Yeah,
it should. And
the warning bell should be ringing.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, it should. But instead, you have people that are out there saying, oh, it's normal. It's good to go. And it's like, no, it's not. No, it's not.
The normalization of bad behavior is, and it doesn't matter, and I'm not trying to get political, because it doesn't matter what political realm you're on. All that matters, if you're seeing this kind of behavior, would you sit there, if you saw this kind of behavior from a politician, would you just sit back and go, oh, well, no. It's no big deal. It's no big deal that they're sitting there doing, lines of coke and have already, been convicted of stealing from people. Oh yeah, let's just go ahead and throw more money at them, support them even more.
If you saw that coming from Hales, do you think they wouldn't ignore it?
Oh, hell no. No, it's the same hypocrisy that they have the whole way around. Do you think that they would sit back for 1 second if I posted some vile crap about lips doing the same thing with that was going on with Jeremy Hales with paint chip? Do not think that for one damn second that they wouldn't turn around and sue every single damn person involved in promoting that crap.
Not my favorite. My favorite was when they were digging through my stuff. They were like, "Oh my God, Tug has filed bankruptcy. The devil, so terrible." And then, a month later, they're like, yeah, we used $6,000 that was supposed to be for for a lawyer for 4 cases. We use it for bankruptcy because bankruptcy is the way to go. In fact, we may all do that. And he's like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I thought that made you the devil,
Yeah. And the thing is you had a legitimate reason for filing bankruptcy. God, here's the thing. As a kid, we were on welfare for a period of time because we couldn't afford, that kind of the lifestyle that I grew up with. Divorce does crazy freaking things. I know what it's like to eat government cheese, whatever. But here's the damn thing about it is we didn't sit there and ride those damn coattails. We did things to make ourselves a little bit, try to get ahead, and all. And then I remember distinctly my mother coming home one day and she goes, "I can't believe it. There's people that go, they go to Indiana, they go to Illinois, they go to Missouri, and they make their rounds in a brand new freaking Cadillac, doing nothing but getting money off of welfare. And here we are just trying to put food on the damn table." Mm-hmm. And that reminds me of these same people that are doing the same damn thing.
You would be mocked though, like those kind of conditions. Oh, you're a hodunk. You're all this shit because you've actually been in real conditions. I've been there, done that. Been there with bankruptcy. Now they've had to change up some of these rules, but for the longest time, my stepfather worked a very good job. I'm not going to say where because these weirdos would probably target him.
Yeah.
But he worked a really good one, and he ended up coming down with a rarefied form of cancer. It was bad. It was bad. It was so bad. When it first came up, there were around, I think, a dozen maybe, or even less known cases of this, to the point the very first operation that he had actually was paid for at Vanderbilt. All right. But after that, it's on your dime. So after he had he had, like I said, good job. And the reason I mention that is because his insurance was good, but they have a lifetime cap. Like most people don't realize nowadays, you can run into that, but it's not as commonplace as it was before.
Right.
And it took around 6 operations and that lifetime cap was gone. So we did everything we could, bankrupt. We put in anything to help out. I would spend student money and anything. I lived in a shoebox basically of a little studio kind of apartment over in maybe in New York. That's something you have to do, but in Tennessee, in the middle of some small place, not really, but we did everything we could, and I filed not once but twice. But it extended all the stuff we did. It gave us about 6 years and change for somebody, and it was definitely worth it. But these people, they're just gross. They're nasty. They attack, and then when it befits them, the same actions that they wanted to decry there, it's good if they're using it really to try to get around justice, to avoid. And that, to me, that was insane. The only reason that they've started decrying bankruptcy again, is because their chat felt like they ripped them off, and they
Well,
did. But
they
lied.
did. They took every single penny that they've gotten from their chat, and they've, from all intents and purposes, if you're looking at the evidence that's being shown, they've put it up their damn nose.
Well, there should definitely be questions about that for sure. That's what kills me. So they kept talking about how they had discussed things with like the Otter Creek police, and they'd been down there. I was like, I wonder how many felons or people that are connected to felons or people that have been accused of, say, stealing funds or this or that. I wonder how many of them they actually have been interviewing to try to come up with a conspiracy to take down Jeremy Hales.
That is
meanwhile, they're not protecting the dude with the protective order. There's more and more of these felon psycho weirdos coming in. It's just, like I said, I've never seen anything like that ever.
I mean, yeah, and you dealt with herd crap, the dead herd, where that stuff was going on in England. Or UK.
Well, first in England, and then it came here. Yeah, we had two. Well, case-wise, we're talking. First, they had a case there where he sued the son, and the courts there were like, well, when you sue a tabloid or whatever, you're essentially saying, did they believe what they posted? And of course, in England, they were like, yeah, okay. They believed what was posted there. Not is it legit, but do they believe it? But then it got to the U.S. and it was like, man, it can't. But when dealing with those crazies that were attached to it, what's wild is they had some crazy people that it attracted, but those people are more attached to fandom or this or that. These people are coming in for a reason. And I believe it's because they thought Jeremy Hales would be an easy mark. He has a lot of money. They know it. They figured that if they threatened reputational damage, he would pay them to go away. And instead, he's, like, I'd spend every damn dollar I ever make fighting off something like that. They did not expect that.
I don't think they expected people to see what they were doing, or
to care, even if they did. They didn't expect them to stand.
And Megan made that point the other night, because somebody said, I don't want to give her any airtime because, it just promotes them. And Megan made a very, very, very good point, was just like, no, these people want you to not talk about it. They want to work in the shadows, because once sunlight gets on them, they're like a bunch of damn cockroaches and they're running for damn cover. All their shenanigans need to be exposed, every single one of them. And she's right on that. The longer we let these people just hide in the shadows, and I mean, like I said, this is my opinion, but they hide in the shadows like a bunch of cockroaches and just sucking off of the life force of the rest of the world. And they expect that they can just get away with it. And they're so vile that you can't even show half the crap that they're doing, because it is so vile that it goes against all human decency.
Yeah, that's very true. It amazes me when you again, you look at the makeup of all of this and you ask, like, what brought this person in? Why did this person? Or again, there have been other people that have come in. I mean, we're talking about, again, we haven't given them any credit. We haven't noted this one person, but we're talking about somebody who is wanted in the now.
Yes.
Has been brought in with the other weirdos that like to call themselves journalists. There's an actual fucking wanted in the now felon.
Yes.
Take a name at Jeremy Hales. And the stuff, I mean, again, it's not a game. It's dangerous stuff, man.
Right. Because they are unhinged, and they all they need to be told is where and when, and they attack. These are very, this is constantly a concern of mine, is Jeremy's safety, and he knows it too, and this is why he does everything that he can to take those precautions. But their safety is so far jeopardized because of these people that they've involved themselves with, and we're in a. The reason we don't say their name is because these are absolutely frightening people that do vile, horrible things, and they are wanted in not just one country but two separate countries.
Yeah, I don't want them attacking. See, I try to be careful about introducing certain people to our audiences, because there's certain, like, again, people like paint chips, they don't put in their own work. They talk a big game and everything else, but they have to have somebody else come in and do the work. But
they do.
They are bringing in people that potentially might do the work, and that's the frightening thing. And, all this stuff where they've denied saying shit about hitmen and more. Man, we've seen just not so veiled threats, made toward Jeremy Hales. Ones that, they've denied again. They deny over and over again that there was ever anything said about a hitman. And then read some of the shit some of these people say,
Oh, hell, I've got the email that Paint Chip sent to me, making threats to me and my family. And we're not talking just, is this just some minor threat? We're talking about we're talking about somebody that's coming in and saying that they're going to try to ruin my wife's business.
Oh yeah.
We're talking about people that have no scruples in it, and then you get assholes like Bone Break, that fucktard that wants to sit there and promote these people, and how would it feel, Bone Break, if that same thing was flipped around on you? Well, we already saw what happened whenever somebody said, how would you feel if your daughter was involved, and if this was about your daughter? And he turns around and takes that as some sort of threat. No, we're trying to get the explanation.
He played false victim. He tried to pretend that a couple of people, he can't. First of all, never seen proof of it ever. They never post any kind of proof of this, but they were like, somebody said negative things about my wife. Oh, motherfucker, they took aim at Shizzy's wife, and they tried to take down y'all's business, her reputation, and more. And he was not silent about it. He was complicit in it. So many of them shared that information. They enjoyed it zealously. I don't owe a person nicety at all. I can be nice about losing a loved one. I can be not, but you know what? I don't owe them nicety, and they definitely don't show it to anyone else.
Hell no.
So, but their faux morality, pretending to have some kind of a soapbox where they're good people. There are not good people around that. These aren't misguided people. I've seen situations, like the Amber Heard thing you mentioned, right? In that, people listen to the media, they get involved in stuff, and they don't understand what's going on. They're misguided by something. They think that they have principles sometimes on it, and they're wrong. And that happens. That happens. You listen to the wrong thing. That's okay. You go in, you try to fix that. Good to go. But these people, they're not misguided. They were guided by, they had a very heavy financial incentive.
Yes, they did. And they still do. And that financial incentive keeps biting them in the ass. Because all their financial incentive is going to be brought out. They keep thinking that they're immune to this.
What I love is they actually think that Jeremy cannot ask about where the money came from to get this lawyer. That's not. And it's like, oh yeah. There's a reason for laws about that, by the way. It's so that, let me see, lawyers can't solicit other wait a minute, were there allegations of that? Absolutely. And again, I'm not saying those are true, but we have people like Marla, for example, coming out and being like, hey, let's all thank Bruce because he got them lawyers. He found them these lawyers. Let's see. Here's the
all that stuff is going to be brought out. And that's why they want to delay everything as much as possible. Exactly.
I mean, look at that. That's wild, isn't it? You know, hey, let me thank Bruce for making it for fine. You know, I want to give a shout out to Bruce for convincing the new attorneys to take case. So you're soliciting other attorneys?
Yes.
And we know that's true because we saw the paper that they love to bring up about Shara, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, well, Bruce had that made. And why was it made? To convince other lawyers. Oh, wait a minute. You're soliciting more and more attorneys. Again, that's some jacked up stuff. And on top of that, they claimed that anyway from go. When they talked about what they wanted, Bruce talked about he wanted to open up lawsuits everywhere, sue everyone, you know. And like I said, Bruce, again, you're there's things that I don't think you know about. And those will be really interesting. And when you decide to try to drop a lawsuit, there's just some, like I said, I've been sitting on a nuke and I'm waiting for it because it will be the funniest thing ever. When that day comes, it'll come out no matter what, but yes. I'm waiting. I know the timing. I can play the waiting game, you know, very good at that. Very good at waiting for something. But God, there is a really nice nuke. These people.
Well, if it is what I think it is going to be a nuke. And,
I think you know what I'm talking about.
Oh, I think I have a very good idea of what you're talking about, and I would be interested to see whenever they decide to take that step, because that is going to be one of the most insane things that you've ever seen. I don't think the internet is ready to handle that.
I think it will blow apart the whole idea, like where they've said there is a conspiracy. I'm like, all right, well, that'll be a fun one day. It'll blow that apart. It'll blow apart.
Let's see that conspiracy. Let's see how that conspiracy works out for you.
Again, I'm being vague, folks, because I don't want to ruin the surprise. You will enjoy it though. You will be entertained. It will be one of those moments where you're like, holy crap. And again, when I say that, that's not false hype or anything. I guarantee you, I place my reputation and everything on it. There is something out there that, again, you got to, you know, that's another thing with the ecosystem. The ecosystem, you know, they walk themselves into stupid all the time because they never plan things out. And I'm not talking about, can they continually harass and try to get somebody thrown in jail? Sure. That's not planning long-term though. That's just, you know, continuing and trying to harass somebody.
Well, and they've proven that multiple times that they don't have any forethought onto anything that they do, because they will contradict themselves in one stream at least 10 different times just to fit whatever narrative that they're wanting to spew out. They haven't thought about any of the consequences of what they have or what they're doing.
Actually, my favorite day, like from the other day, they were talking about how, well, there's actually been a narrative change, 3 of them now, and I like it. So let's put them all 3 in there. So when they were talking about the lawyer for the Ohio case, at first they were saying that the lawyer was there the entire time, all there, entire time. Now, about halfway through a live stream, they start saying, well, you know, there was a timing issue. So, wait, the lawyer wasn't there the whole time. Okay. Now they're going with a blame Jeremy narrative. When he put out a short and he said the lawyer didn't show. Now, of course, when you watch that, you understand he's talking about the lawyer hasn't shown up. They're not here, court.
Right.
They're going to try to get on. No, they're like, oh, yeah, the lawyer did show up. This disproves it. And I'm like, wait a minute. So you've changed that narrative 3 times, watching in real time. The adjustment of a narrative.
Yes.
It's so amazing.
Well, yeah, they changed it throughout the day. I mean, there's a reason why if you look, you can see that it was edited. Like every single time, every single chance that they got, they edited it because they were trying to get a narrative out there before anybody else could. So that way they could say, oh, look, we had all this information before anybody else. Well, here's the problem
10 hours between Ray and the feds. They spent 10 hours that day trying to blanket in and say that they had some breaking, and it was amazing to watch this spin. Like they did. They spun all the way in to where they thought other shows would overrun them. And I thought that was hilarious. I was like, you have got to be kidding me.
And they lost their crap over one post of mine.
I saw that.
It took me like less than 10 minutes to put a post up that basically used their own words, their own admissions, and showing exactly the flaws in it. And they lost their shit for what, 15, 20, 30 minutes? I don't know how long it was because I just see the transcript.
John Cook admits they were served. Admits it.
Yeah.
They're just playing. He did it in the chat. They just keep playing this whole, actually, and it's like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Oh, yeah. Somebody wrote and was like, hey, Leslie did the super chat. Oh, yeah. I know how, like I said, I got it narrowed down. I figured out what they did. And I'm not pointing out how they did it or what they were trying to hit. But the real solution to that, by the way, folks, is Monday when we laugh about it. I told Megan, and I mean this, monetize the problem, make fun of them. They hate it when you monetize them. That the whole point is, they target money because so you make money off of them targeting money. And that discourages them more than anything. When you find out they're doing it. Actually, Lisa admitted in that not the last one, but the stream before that, to mass flagging over like with Facebook, the entire Facebook stuff, mass flagging places for anything. If they show, oh, they're using my logo, they showed it. Yeah, that's called a snippet from your show. Actually, somebody needs to fight you for fair use. That would be really funny because sooner or later, if somebody stands up, you're going to hit the wrong person, somebody that actually has money and plenty of time on their hands. And when you do, they're going to step to you for it.
Well, what's going to be really interesting is they keep talking about, oh, these people, we're going to sue all these people. You've been saying that shit for the past, what, year and a half, 2 years, that you're going to sue all these people. Oh, we're going to sue all these people. You are not going to do shit. You're going to sit there and raise money for your own sorrow. You are too fucking lazy to do a damn thing. You can't even change your own damn, adult
you
diapers.
Realize how much money you're talking about for lawsuits of that nature? They think, first of all, they burned Bruce. They absolutely burned Bruce. And Bruce is not very forgiving, in my opinion, and he doesn't have to be, by the way. They treated him, they threw him under the bus. They doubled down on it and then tripled down on it, And again, these are people, well, like, again, I don't have to like Bruce. Bruce doesn't have to like me, right? But these people, again, they owe the guy. Regardless of what I think about him, they owe that dude, and they owe him big time.
He made their channels. Their channels would not exist. They would still be streaming to their 100 people over damn lifetime. Yeah.
He lifted.
How many years did they have their channel going?
He even went okay, to try to help their channel, he went out and he tried to cover something else. You remember the Karen Reed demo didn't work out very well, but he tried, and he gave them him walking around there doing coverage. He gave that to them, and again, they threw him under the bus like he was a nobody, and that just I'm not surprised by that, not at all. You know, but
they did the same thing with Lynette. What did he think it was going to be any different with him?
I don't know. I always wondered how he saw this coming together. I have been curious about that. You know, what did he think would come in happen?
But see, here's the thing. It's the same thing that they always do. Of course, they'll throw their spin in there. It'll just be like, we communicate with Bruce daily on emails. We're always in communication with them. We've never stopped talking with them. Where are they coming up with their attitude where they know that? How would they know that we're not talking with Bruce?
Because you can see that they said themselves, Bruce doesn't have time anymore. Why doesn't Bruce have time, by the way? Because I think he's watching them walk themselves into lawsuit. And I mean, he's been very good at letting them be the stupid fat voice that potentially gets sued. I mean, ultimately, what's really funny in all of this to me, and sad in its own way, is if the plan works out totally for the ecosystem, only Lynette will be the one that ends up holding the bag, you know? Yeah. Because they're focused on Fed 2 and getting Fed 2 closed down. But they dug such a big hole with Fed 1 that you gotta love, I mean, you have to love that. That's so wild.
That is true. I keep forgetting that they've dug themselves such. Oh God. Fed 1, they still haven't turned over Discovery. And when they bankrupt,
they don't have to. That's the amazing thing.
Well, when the bankruptcy ends, because it will end, the bankruptcy will end, and everything will move forward again. All this is a delay. You know, they keep screaming about their polyflopping crap. You know, and they.
Isn't the bankruptcy polyflop, by the way? Isn't that adding more litigation in order to delay and protract?
Yeah. Whereas anything that I've seen that Jeremy has been doing is just been, this is just another freaking hurdle that I'm having to go over, and I'm just going to continue moving forward. And I mean, do they really think that Jeremy is that enamored with them? Like their little piece of whatever it is that they have going on is just this small particle of the bigger picture of what he is trying to do. He is trying to grow a business. He has people that rely on him, whereas they are the kind of people that are so angry and so hurt and so just destroyed because Jeremy doesn't give them the attention that they want, because he calls them out on their bull. It's like having a petulant child that is constantly coming over and destroying things. And you're just like, you know, if you would just come over and help fix things, I would be more willing to help you out. But you're coming over, you're destroying things, and you're making me have to stop what I'm doing. And I have to stop and I have to fix what you broke. And so I can get back to actually working, you know, and if you would just be part of helping me build instead of destroying, you know, this would go so much smoother. But, you know, I'll just keep fixing it.
Though. I don't think they've ever tried to actually build. They've tried to build. It's really funny. I was going through where not the last live stream, you know, where they breaking. It's funny. They're all they whine and cry. They're like, Chuck uses breaking and bombshell. And then of course anything that comes up, they have tried so hard to emulate like my show. They have taken they don't start for 15 minutes. They've added in all the all the type of clipping and stuff. Again, they want so badly to be everyone else. That's why they get so butthurt, you know, because they want to. They want the success other people have. And there's no way it will ever happen. I mean, they're not. Once Jeremy Hales goes away, what are they going to do? You know,
they'll sell rocks again. I mean, that's
well, they're already selling. So what they did, they spent 42% of their show. Like I said, not the last one, but the one before that, because they spent a lot more on that one. But I can tell the percentage on it now because of the way that it breaks down through transcripts. So it'll tell me percentage. 42% of their show, not counting where they throw in quibs and random bullshit while they're trying to sell. But 42% of the show before anything was dedicated specifically to Jeremy Hales. Then they start trying to shift right away to selling things while still talking about him. They're marketing off of him.
Yes.
And that's been the whole idea of lawsuit. It's not them either, mocking and having fun with it. They lie. Again, what happened to I interviewed all these people in Otter Creek, and they said that, he offed 2 dogs. And I remember that kind of stuff very well. In fact, we kept the clips of that kind of stuff. Never came back up. They promised they would show their audiences. Never happened.
Well, didn't they have a whole bunch of people on that they were just boosting them up? It was child guardian cases, and they were going to be covering child guardian cases. That stuff disappeared quicker.
They said only him on Sundays. Remember that?
Oh yeah, that didn't last. That lasted all of about 35 minutes.
Seconds.
And it was just like, we got to come on and debunk something.
We've got to answer that because we got the truth. It's like, are you kidding me? And again, if they want to be stupid and act like fools, I'll make fun of it. I'm definitely not above that.
No.
I love making fun of people. I love making fun of stupid people, especially.
I love it when you make fun of me.
I mean, that's my favorite topic. That's actually that is what my channel is based on, making fun of stupid people.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
And again, I've never though gotten to sit down and watch a scam play out. Like we've seen, it's just it's crazy.
I mean, and I covered that scam. See, that's the thing. Whenever you were saying what will they have after all of this is gone, and this is a discussion that I've had with other people. They're just like, well, what are you going to do whenever Jeremy Hale's stuff goes away? I was like, the same thing that I was doing before. It doesn't change what I talk about or what I cover. I mean, my channel has been pretty consistent. If the Hale stuff went away, man, I could go back to doing morning streams because this crap gets exhausting just trying to keep up with everything that's going on because there's so many weird people that are jumping in there. It's like I was doing morning streams and just on the outskirts covering some of what was going on with Hale stuff. And it wasn't until, Deuce got in there and said,
and you were like, what, man?
Yes.
I get you, sir. Cause we stopped covering for months, with the Fed thing. We dropped out totally. And then when we came back, it wasn't just the Fed thing kicking off, because that would have, that would have been a kind of, I won't say one and done, but it would have been like a month and done.
Right.
That would have just but the insanity that built off of it, and then watching, again, the stark madness. And there has been so much crazy that is coming. You wouldn't believe, if you don't keep up with this case and watch it play out, you wouldn't believe what happens in it. It sounds unreal.
Yes.
I was telling somebody about this case, and they were like, "Yeah, that's not real."
Yes. My wife was the same way. Whenever I started giving her the breakdown of everything, she was like, that's not true. I was like, and I'm sitting there pulling up the documents and showing them to her. I'm like, no, this is exactly what they say. She's like, who? Oh, you just do your thing. You just do your thing. I don't have the bandwidth for this. I was like,
I love it. Like, it's, again, I don't love it happening to anybody, but
no.
I love covering craziness. And, you know, these people could have covered this and made fun. Again, here's the thing. Like, they can never understand. They can make fun of Hales.
Yeah.
They could question things if they want to question anything that he does. They could question character, anything they want to do. But they went beyond that. They went after advertisers very publicly too. They bragged about it. You know, they bragged about inserting themselves as PR. Like, again, they've been on a real kick denying that they are PR. They've been on a real kick of it lately. And it's like, unfortunately, you admitted it at one time. You know?
And we have all the recordings. That's what they don't understand is all of the. It's like Lips thinking that all of her crap went away. She thinks that all of her bullshit that she's done, all of her OnlyFans, all of her TikTok, all of that other shit just went away. It didn't go away, Lips. It's still there.
Even more than that, she did all this crazy shit to people, and then she's like, "But I wanted to go away after I did X, Y, or Z," and some people talked about me. And it's like, you know, you don't get to sit there. You don't get to fake sue people and do all this other bullshit and try to ruin lives, disparage people and more. And then be like, okay, well, I'm done ruining your life. I'm going to walk away. That's not how it works.
No, I warned people that were coming after me that the fallout from this is not going to come from me. I don't have to do anything. You burned yourself. They didn't listen. I warned all of these people that are sitting there. You're coming after somebody that is not attacking you. I could care less what you do. All I'm doing is pulling up public court filings of the things that you have done. If you want to pull up public court filings of things that I've done, hell, you can go look up my old band if you want to and see that, yes, I was an actual musician. I played for, I don't know how many years, and I haven't played since. Well, I played with a few bands since then.
They wanted to file lawsuits. Like they wanted to go out, file with Stark, and then not have people talk about it. It's the strangest thing. But they also talked about how they wanted publicity. What they wanted is positive publicity. And unfortunately for them, you know, to get positive publicity, you had to do something halfway smart. You know, something that wasn't so dumb that when people looked at it, they were like, "What the hell are you doing?" Hey, can you hold this for 1 second? I'll be right back.
Yeah, I got you. Oh my gosh. I have my favorites. I do believe that one of them had their phone open on speaker, though. Well, I don't know. I can't confirm any of that kind of stuff. Some people mistake kindness for stupidity. Yes, that does happen. And Tizzy to bounce, exactly. Well, Tizzy, if you have not checked out Tizzy's channel, it is absolutely wonderful. Tizzy, you have some of the best breakdowns. I enjoy those so much. It breaks my heart that there's no Christmas in the Creek anymore. That helped less fortunate kids in the county. So sad. Yes, Teddy, that is absolutely, and that is one of the fallouts that we've had to deal with of this kind of thing, from somebody sitting on the outside and watching this. One of my buddies was like, man, I am so like, I want to go do the Christmas on the Creek because I think that would be absolutely wonderful. And that's something that I could totally stand behind. And it would give me a chance to go, visit and see people in another place. And now that's all gone. Like these people are destroyers. In my opinion, these people have done nothing but gone to destroy somebody.
God, we could have had Tube Town and stuff. That all sounds fun. That sounded fun, to be honest.
Yeah.
I thought, man, when I heard about that, I thought, man, that would be good. And props. When I talk about this, I'm hoping that it gets squared away, situated where someone like Travis and they can go in and actually do something that they want to do. Because right now, as it is, they've made it where people are afraid to go to places. I mean, the ecosystem is that nuts.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, Jeremy has already said that I don't go any public place where I know that there is this potential, and I've got to pay for security.
Levy County allowed somebody to have a pew pulled on them. On a child, and they didn't care.
Nope.
The message in that is it's very clear what it's saying, and it's gross because I think they've added this to Jeremy too. Weirdly enough, with LP and JC, I think they're useful idiots, so they don't apply this to them. But they've tried to keep it outsider beware.
Yes,
that's what they've tried to add, and it's a sad reality because outsider.
It does give a worst impression of that also, because that is one of those situations where if somebody that is a victim of, say, SA, that they know that this prosecutor will not do anything to protect them. So what gives them any hope or any relief to know that this public prosecutor, someone that works for the government, is actually going to protect them from this ever happening again, or even investigate?
They're the enemy, like they are the person that is done wrong. Like that amazes me, that you could well be jailed as the victim the way at Levy County. And Dan Owen's excuses in that filing,
they're horrible.
They disgust me, man. I was so irritated when I read through that. Like it me so much.
And that doesn't look good. If he's wanting to be a career politician, that doesn't look good coming down the pipe later on.
I hope to God he runs for some kind of office, because I definitely would bring that up. Oh, hey, he's actually not there for people. He doesn't have to be. That's what he told the world. That's what they filed. He doesn't have to stand for you. He has to stand for the victimizers, but he doesn't have to stand for the victim. It's gross, man. All right, I'm gonna hit some super chats. I didn't realize we've been on for over 2 hours. It's been a good live stream. I was having fun, brother.
I enjoy talking with you, Tug, so it's always good. And I'll hang out for the super chats.
All right, brother, that'll be good. All right,
wonderful people here, man.
Yeah, man. That's one thing I can say with all of this stuff is that we've been very fortunate to meet up with some really good people,
Yes.
And I'm always happy with that. Like, if anything, that's one of the positives, because we focus on the crazies, so there's a lot of negative in there. But yeah, there is the positive.
Yes.
So Dark Overlord, thank you. 4 months there. Now, there's not a statement, but that is 4 months is its own statement. Thank you, Darth Vader. Appreciate you. Yeety McYeedison, thank you for the super chat, my friend. Again, that doesn't allow a statement, but it is its own statement. Thank you, my friend. Death's Angel dropped 5 giftos. That is much appreciated, by the way. Love it, especially this month. People getting gifts while also being here. What's up, Max Lab? How you doing, brother? Thank you for the super chat there, too. It's been an interesting weekend so far. I'm sure, God, there's so much shit. Oh, I did not realize this. So, Uriah, thanks for noting this. Kitty Ninja, it's your birthday. That is amazing.
Love that.
Heck yeah. Much, much love to Kitty Ninja, for sure. Awesome person. We're going to bust some songs.
Happy birthday! From both of us to you.
Happy birthday! Happy birthday!
May all your dreams come true. Happy birthday!
Happy birthday!
We love to have you.
you hear?
Happy birthday.
Here's to another year.
Not comes down to vampirism, because that would be terrible. It's the stupidest thing to say.
I love that. I love that song. That's so beautiful.
Yeah, that's funny. I love that song. That song was so much fun. Somebody was like, "Hey, have you uploaded that somewhere else?" No, I never thought about it, dude. Just one of those goofy things. Like Megan was like, "Let's make a song." So she's working on a song thing. I pulled up a bunch of random pictures, and she pulled up some and made them move, and they did some of the dumbest things ever. They made a hilarious video.
It is awesome. It is one of the best.
It's funny how certain things just become part of your channel.
Well, I remember back whenever you said, you know what, I can post myself as a pickle and hit more likes and subscribes than you can.
Oh yeah, man. Oh God, it's so funny that you can do stuff like that. I mean, just talking trash and then do it, and it happens.
It's so glorious.
What's bad is like these idiots, they're so desperate for. I've been posting pictures of my, like today I posted a pic, like while we were streaming, because I have to do other things while we're streaming, right? While we were streaming, I was posting pictures of myself on the Iron Throne. And it's gotten more interaction than mostly anything they'll ever do.
Exactly.
I also made a version of it with a wall of speakers behind it for some reason. Between that and oh man, look at this, by the way. So we got a ghost mantis. Well, we got two.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah, they look like little leaves, And this thing is tiny. You can see it on my finger. Just give it an impression of its size. But
holy cow.
Yeah, I love it. It's so cool, man. But the oldest one, I've never seen a ghost mantis ever. And the oldest, we got a call from the pets. They told her, they were like, yeah, we might get in some praying mantises. And she was like, she was like, can we get one if they come in? And I told them, well, you all can, I guess you can call us. So they actually did. I was surprised. And they were like, yeah, we got in some giant Asian mantises, which are kind of like the ones you normally get, except bigger. And
Right.
then they had the ghost mantises. I was like, I've never seen a freaking ghost mantis. They also had, what do they call them? Feigning beetles. The beetles that, like, we didn't get one, but I thought, man, maybe we should. They're beetles if they're scared, they play dead. And they will
Like
play
a
dead
possum.
for hours. They just roll over and play dead.
Oh, that'd be so cool.
Yeah, they're awesome. So I was like, well, maybe well, she's already got, so she's got, 7 or 8 Madagascar hissing cockroaches, which are, you would never think, first of all, you would never think something like that could get used to a human being, right? But
Right.
when they're worried, like if you bother them, they make that hissing sound, right? They're like, they make that sound. This sounds like hissing. Well, after a while, after like she's had them, taken care of them, talk to them, sings to them, and whatever, they like her. They don't ever hiss. They don't ever get upset.
No. But if somebody else came in,
They
would-
get upset if I mess with them. They're like, they're hilarious. They look like gigantic cockroaches, though. They're a different kind of species, though. But it's weird. It would freak most people out.
God,
My
we
daughter-
had back during one of the hurricanes we had that came through, because we get a lot of the storms come up through Florida. We had this rhinoceros beetle that came in that one of my buddies ended up taking back home with it. It was so cool.
Yep. I remember when I was a kid, I caught one that was as big as now. Like my hand is huge, and it was as big as, like, if I were to take my hand and palm it in the middle, it's the biggest thing I've ever seen. As far as a beetle. I like those. I like centipedes, but with the kids being too, I have to be careful about anything with some poison to it.
Yeah.
Like the little one does not mess with tame, but I'm just like, I don't know about that. We do have, like I said, we have our little banded king snake. That thing is the calmest little I've ever seen. You know, it's like, yeah, you can hold me. I don't care. Whatever. we have spider. My daughter, when she was young, she had 2 incidents involving dogs that just scared her quite a bit. And she likes puppies, but she just never feels comfortable around dogs. So we've picked up alternative animals, and I kind of like them better myself, just to be honest. Nothing against the dogs, but for her, she had a dog, a big one, try to attack her like some idiot neighbor, and I ended up having to grab it myself, like while I was all trying to attack it. It actually, we had cats at the time, and one of the cats jumped in front of it. Like, you know how you see the videos of dogs jumping in front?
Oh, yeah.
Cat did it. Like, one of the, it was the craziest thing. But to get it off the cat, I had to reach down in there, got bit and everything through that freaking dog. You know, because it was crazy. These neighbors never took care of it, and it was I don't know if it was a rabbit or what, man. But anyway, that, and then she got chased. A dog came up and it tried to chase her, and you know, again, I stepped in front of it, but it scared her and she dropped her tablet and broke it. So those 2 incidents there. Yeah. She's like,
man. Well, I have a couple of cousins that are brothers. Well, one of them passed because he got a bad case of Lyme disease, and he was adopted from the Philippines. And my other cousin, which was basically his older brother, he's scared to death of my grandparents had a couple of blue tick hounds and a Siberian husky, and he comes over and he was just shaking, and my cousin looks and he goes, yeah, he's not used to them because they usually eat them in his country. I'm just like, that is so bad. But no, Timothy ended up going, and he spent so much time with my grandfather, which was so glorious. They would go hunting all the time, and he was going to college, and he got bit by a tick and ended up with causing all kinds of medical issues. But yeah, just like so crazy. But he was scared to death of dogs until he was exposed to them for a while. But he was the same way. You know, whenever he was scared of the big dogs, just like the insects just drew him like right in. He was just all about them.
Yeah, I mean, myself, I grew up around dogs, so
Yeah.
it don't really bother me at all. It's just, you know, how those, when you're young, some of those experiences, they stick with you. You know, the little one's like, I want a dog, I want a cat. And the oldest like, wait,
Oh, I wanted a cat so bad as a kid, and my parents, for I think one Christmas, they got me like this thing was horrible, like some stuffed cat or something like that, and it didn't even look like a cat, and I was like, well, this isn't the same thing. And then whenever I got older, I was like, oh yeah, no wonder they didn't want a cat. They are some mean little creatures.
Huh. Yeah, they're crazy. Like, that's what I didn't understand when I was younger about cats, is they, you know, they do what they want. Now, we did, so my mom lived out in the middle of nowhere, and they had a cat that wasn't fixed. And you know how that goes. You know?
Yeah.
You end up with armies of cats. And that was okay, because there were armies of things to, you know, hunt and keep them going. But they had one cat out of the group that was like, you know, if I'm nice to those human beings and I stay around and I whine to them a little bit and do this and that, they'll like me and pet me, and, you know, and if I let them pick me up and never do anything, you know, they'll bring me in the house and feed me very well, you know. So they had this one Manx cat that, oh, it was so amazing. It looked like the thing was, you know, I've seen Manx cats, but I've never seen one. So they have a cat, typical, you know, nothing remarkable about breed or anything. It goes out, and there are no other cats anywhere around. There are animals around, you know, like bobcats and stuff. Well, it comes back pregnant, and it has a bunch of Manx cats, but, you know, tailless cats. But with the tailless cats, they don't look like normal cats.
No.
They have the joining in their legs is different. Their ears. I was like, these are little bobcats. You know, they are not like normal cats, and they were vicious, man. They were not to people, but I saw them do things like hunting little packs, and I was like, man, these are bobcats or something, you know. But I loved them. I loved watching them.
Well, hell, I had a friend of mine gave me a Maine Coon. She was part Maine Coon, and I believe she bred with a Maine Coon, and she had a litter of 5 kittens, and 2 of them survived, and we called them Huey, Dewey, and Louie, like the ducks, and one of them, Dewey, went to my singer, and Dewey got to be massive Maine Coon, like had the big mane, was a little bit smaller than a regular Maine Coon, but still had all of the fur of a Maine Coon. And what he would do is he would take Dewey and get Dewey groomed. And Dewey loved getting just shaved down, like or around the summertime. And they would do like Dewey in a like a lion's mane and all kinds of stuff. But one of the most docile, chill cats you've ever seen. And as soon as I came in, Dewey recognized me and just was like, "Hey, buddy, I ain't seen you in a while." Oh yeah, cats are pretty can be pretty damn cool.
Oh man, I like them sometimes. Like I enjoy them like that when they have plenty of room to run. You know, when they were doing that, and at the couple that came in. But anyway, Carol, we got way off topic.
Sorry,
I was like, oh yeah, we were reading super chats.
We're into super chats.
Hey, Carol, thank you for that super sticker and somehow triggering us on cat stories. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know. Thank you. I appreciate you there. In the clouds, drop that membership. Thank you. And by the way, you've been here much longer than that, but thank you for the membership. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership. Welcome to Tug's Thugs. You've been a Tug's Thug for a while. You just maybe didn't have that label, but you definitely were. Appreciate it. It's a V brushwood. I like that. I'm looking at your avatar. I like that. It's cute. Thank you for the 10 months there. That in itself, that is a heck of a statement. Thank you. Fallen Hero, man, what's up? As always, appreciate the heck out of you. Thank you, my friend. You know, I had fun tonight, dude. It's been fun. I like it. Like we pop on every few, weeks or something like that, and it's usually really fun.
It is. And Melody, oh my gosh, Melody, this was taken while she was doing throwing darts.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's zoom in there. Oh, that's cool. I like it. It's fun. And thank you too, Melody, by the way. Appreciate you there. Whoops. God, I lost my place. I was looking at you. I zoomed in and I lost my place after that. That's hilarious. How in the world? There it goes. Okay. It's like, wait a minute. It jumped back. It was repeating them for a second. I was like, I saw In the Clouds twice. I was like, how do you become a member twice? Oh, wait. It's an error on there. Melody, though. Thank you. 6 months too. Appreciate and counting, as you say. Love you. I love return. Appreciate you for sure. And you know what? I hope you all are having a fantastic December. If, like I said, you have family stuff, appreciate them, love them. If you don't, remember you do. You come around, you hang out with all of us, and we'll be here. I'll try to be here every day. I will. I cannot guarantee sometimes. Every now and then something runs in, but I'm like Christmas. I will definitely make my appearance for Christmas. I've already noted that with everyone. So
you got your Santa hat. You're all good with that?
Yeah, I'm like, hey, what's up, ho ho ho's? That's my ecosystem greeting, by the way. What's up, my ho ho ho's? I need to do a rap Santa.
Oh, you do.
That's what I'm gonna do. He's gonna be like, "What's up, ho ho ho's?" Oh man, I'm gonna do an AI rap Santa doing that. Yeah, for sure.
I would write you a song there. You give me the lyrics, I'll put a song together for you, Doug.
What's up, Sister Sal? Oh man, I always love, like I said, the avatars like this that look so happy, family and everything. I love it. Thank you for the gifted memberships as well. Thank you. Also, thank you for sharing your happiness. Love it. The Floofy. Thanks for the 2. Oh yeah, the little one was. I told her about. Hey, the Floofy was around a few times last night. She's like, "Oh my gosh, I missed the Floofy." Thank you. The Floofy one wishes bug person wishes. Well, thank you too. She appreciates that. She snuck down here earlier. She was like, I don't want anybody to know I'm down here. Yeah. She did the cutest thing. She slipped down like where I've got my office area and I fell asleep. I have a chair over here and I fell asleep in it. And she slipped down and went to sleep in another one. But she brought down a framed picture of her grandparents. And it was just like, I like to look at them. And remember, and I took a picture and sent it to my parents. And they're like, oh my gosh. Yeah. I was like, that's so cute.
That is adorable. I mean, my niece, she's at that age also where it's just, we have a Chiweenie that is, I can walk through the door. It doesn't matter. It's just like, where's Puck?
It's funny. I say, what's up, Angel? 38 months, man, 3 years and change. Thank you there. Glad to see you. You know what's funny is I had to look up. I was like, what does that mean? I can't remember. I looked it up.
What is
We got it in front of me. GTSY is an internet acronym for quote unquote glad to see you. It's like, oh yeah. Love you, Tug Pop Nut. Thank you there. Hugs and love to both of you and the amazing chat. Yeah, hit that like button, babies. That's right. This thing became more and more crazy. That's I think something in the algorithm again. They changed it, and then they changed something. We got it adjusted. There was a moment where we had to adjust back about 2 months ago. And I think they've changed something else. So make sure, again, people are still subscribed. Make sure you like. And if you can, during a stream, comment, engage, because they are not counting. For some reason, just overnight, they're like, bam, and they stopped counting about 2,000 freaking people. So I don't know what's going on with that, but it's been kind of wild. Sue? Thanks for the 21 months. Thank you. Crazy's gone crazy. I know. Crazy gets crazier. Crazy primed. David, what's up, man? Thanks for the 2 there. Wife and I's anniversary. 11 years. Heck yeah. I'm going to birthday song it, but that's an anniversary song.
I love it.
Heck yeah. I just love an excuse to have a good party song.
Happy birthday.
Happy anniversary.
From both of us to you. Happy birthday. May all your dreams come true. Happy birthday. We love to have you here. Happy birthday. Here's to another year.
You singing? You were muted, by the way.
I was singing, but I didn't want to be too loud because this song is so awesome.
I forget, like it's funny. Megan for like a month, had trouble remembering to unmute herself.
Well, I didn't want to interrupt the song because the song is so cool.
I like it. I don't even care. I just do whatever. Yeety thinks we're fine. Lips is going to keep effing around finding out because not only did she break herself yesterday, she'll keep it up and wreck herself. Good jobs, Lips. Stay manic as always. Indeed. Yeah. She also, stuff like this gives people with mental health issues. It's such a negative reflection because many people, mental health issues, even severe mental health issues, they recognize it and they go and get help.
Yes.
It's not an excuse for bad behavior.
No, and in the court of law, bad behavior, even if you are mentally ill, it doesn't excuse bad behavior. Nope. Because you do have the ability. It's the same way with, being, someone that gets a DUI, for example. At any point in time, you could have not stepped into your car and driven, and that's what's going to happen to you. The bad behavior that you have is exemplified by
ultimately it's accountability that comes up. And these people at any time could take accountability for what they've been doing, but they don't want that, because if they took accountability, they'd have to admit, it's weird, because they turned on Preston for a long time. Then when she became useful, they're talking about her like she's a victim again. But they forget to tell you that for months they talked about how she was a scumbag liar and all these terrible things.
Well, because she was a useful idiot for them. That's how they view her.
Yep. And they're back to it. They're back to using her as that useful idiot. And, right now she does need them for sure. I'm going to be curious whether she follows through after all of this is done. They're hoping that 5,000 clams will shut her up and, get her to not sue. Because I think she must have said something that scared the bejesus out of them, because they weren't going to come off a dime. And then all of a sudden, woo,
Yeah, 5,000 is a drop in the bucket compared to what they've already grifted off of her.
Oh yeah. Yeah. She's got it now that they've kept a fortune there. So I'm curious what she's going to do with that. I also find it funny. The Fats keep saying that they're going to sue because people said that they collected money and stole it. Yeah, you can't go out and say, I've created 3 projects, and after this, I'm going to decide what donations go to which project. If somebody says, hey, let's help more, well, that means Christmas. There's $5,000. Any leftover is mine. That's not how that works,
No.
So,
well, they've been doing this without any sort of accountability, and they're happy doing that. And people are it looks like they're absolutely happy, not having any accountability for where that money goes.
They feed them money without asking what happens with it. And that blows my mind. When the person it's for, like what really told me something about the ecosystem is when the money that was for Preston doesn't make it to her, she gets attacked for it.
Yes.
And they're okay with that. They're telling, oh, poor you, Lisa. Yeah, it's been freaking 14 months, but hey, you're not coming off a dime. Also, again, I very much think that they paid for that lawyer. I very much think that they do. We'll see, but I'm like at 99.9%. I have my 0.1% for lawsuit.
There was something that I used to say to my old bandmates whenever we were recording. It all comes out in the mix.
Well, it'll definitely come out in this mix because they have signed up for something where they can't hide it. So if they did that, what they really opened themselves up for, and I kind of love this in its own way, they said that they did so many projects and money can't be used for anything else. If they gave her money for something else with that money, then they have admitted that it was for whatever they decided it's for. And that's not the worst.
Well, they'll find out. That and Yeedy was absolutely right. They keep effing around, they will find out.
Yep. Yeedy, by the way, thanks for the 2 there. And Libs isn't helping her case with you, Megan, or Hale. So that's right. She's not. See, she keeps forgetting in all of this. She keeps fucking around and forgetting about, she wants to go after Hale's, George, Megan. She forgets about me in that. And I catalog everything.
Yeah.
All of it. So that's the one thing. I will definitely be the person that will keep you accountable there. I have other people that help too. They do amazing. I'm not going to say there's a couple of them that if you knew how good they were at this stuff, you would be like, oh my God, you would just shut the fuck up and you would try to walk away because they're amazing. Like saying that we are steps ahead. Oh, we very well are. JC thinks the 2. Megan did lose income. That's true. That's absolutely true, by the way. Good point. So that is a loss of income. So yes, you went out, you claim something fake, and you cost Megan income. That's 100%. And on top of that, I mean, the disparaging. I mean, God, if one person believed those kind of things, it also, what people need to understand is calling someone those kind of things, it others a person. And that's their, it's just like Ray calling you the Antichrist or whatever. Othering a person, that makes you a target. It says you're not a person. You're not a human being. People can do whatever they want to you.
Yep.
And calling somebody, supporting child essay, that definitely can get somebody really, I'm not just financially hurt, but it can get you physically ended. So she's playing a very nasty, very dangerous game, and she knows it. And she's got to know, like I said, when she comes off of this phase, whether it's, again, I don't know whether, again, I'm not saying that it's mental, or I'm not saying it's substance, something though. She doesn't sleep for days. Yeah, that's definitely, when she comes out, she'll always delete all this stuff in the aftermath and pretend it never happened.
Yes. And say that people were attacking her because of it.
Yep. And we're cataloging, what in the world? Look at this. So, like I said, even when we're super, I cannot just do one thing. Like I can't, I have to do multiple things. So while we're doing this, I'm feeding images to Grok, right?
Yes.
What is this? So I put in this image with him propped up.
I love that.
Look, it's awesome. Or he's like, then he starts like doing a weird dance jig.
Yes.
It's awesome. Yeah, actually, look at all of them.
Those are so
many.
awesome.
I like the map ones like these.
Ooh.
He's like, oh, look at that map.
you're almost like what's his name, Bob?
I like how he bends backwards and has an extra arm. He's like a spider. I like how the guy hiding on the lawn here.
You got your ghillie suit on.
Yeah, he's doing it out. Yeah. Look, it's like the ShamWow guy.
Yes. Oh, so awesome.
There's so many. There's Megan. He's like, the Saw one.
Oh, the Santa tongue is pretty scary.
Oh yeah, there's some actual cool. So I've got these, but I've been using Sora as well, because it comes with ChatGPT.
Yeah.
So Sora can make some awesome images, but Sora sucks in the fact that if anything, it's like, that looks lifelike in any way, it'll shut you down. And some of my, my profiles, it's like, those are people. Like, this is not a person on their face,
Yeah.
But look at like that Santa over here on the side. Check that one out.
That's awesome.
Look at Tug being tortured by images of somebody eating chicken skin.
Oh, that does look like torture. It reminds me of that movie, that cartoon movie, Heavy Metal.
By the way, that comes off of a very awesome image from Dead Punk, and then I put it in. And again, one of the things when we have fun with AI, remember AI could not make the mask at all until Dead Punk actually came up with a design. Then it started, like that design over here with Santa. I love that mask. That looks great. And
yeah,
that came off of his design. So, but yeah, I mean,
nice.
it makes some good ones, like ones in the rearview mirror, but it will not mess with something that it thinks. You see where content mod, it's because it, no, it's saying they're too realistic. See, oh, look, contains photorealistic people. Well, it's talking about an image like
nothing gets out.
It's talking about the same image that you've already got up there.
Yeah, I put it up over and over, and it does that. All right, Emma, thanks for the 28 months. Lurker saying hello to two of my favorite people. Thank you there. Let's see while I decorate my tree. And 28 months. Yeah, I've been here longer than. Oh yeah, for sure. See, I wish there was a button that said how long people have been. That would be amazing. I would love it because I think it's a bragging point.
It is.
Emmy, thank you for the gifted membership. Thank you for that, Emmy, by the way, and always glad to see you. Love the avatar too. Always. Keith, thanks for too. Shizzy's voice box melts into my ear holes. Oh man, that sounds highly sexual.
It does. Well, they can always listen to the Sunday Spice stuff. That definitely gets a little sexual.
Like, yeah, it melts into those ear holes, baby.
Thank you, Keith.
Oh my God, man, I love these AI freaking stuff just to play around. Again, one day will it probably try to destroy and ruin us? Yes, of course. But until then, let's have fun.
Exactly.
Thanks for the 5 months there. LPJC should be made to go to Levy County Court house to be watched since LP and JC can behave themselves. Yeah, well, they at home on camera. Yeah, they. Well, it's weird because certain people, I got the feeling that they said some stuff in their live stream that really, I took it as them saying we were listening into the courtroom.
Yeah, that's what it sounded like to me. That they were, and how would they be doing that?
Yeah, because they were saying, well, we're witnesses. Well, witnesses are supposed to wait. They're not supposed to be engaged in all of this stuff at first,
Yeah, witnesses usually won't know exactly what's going on in the courtroom.
They're not supposed to be listening to other people. They're supposed to come in and give some non-biased account,
Right.
So,
right, and only answer the questions that are asked of them.
Mm-hmm. So it's wild to listen. And again, I'm pretty sure I'll listen to certain things that they said. That's what they're now, of course, after they get called on it, they'll be like, that's not what I said. Yeah. Well, you go back and you read and look through that stuff and you tell me what you think.
Yeah.
Yes, Carol. That would eliminate a lot. Teddy, thanks for the 25. Thank goodness Megan has a Tug, Shizzy in her corner. Indeed. And vice versa. Megan's got teeth too. That's the thing.
Yes, she does. Yes, she does.
Anybody who thinks, they like she said the other day, I told her when I told Shizzy this too. When they doxed, I was like, look, that's bad. It's always bad. And in the moment, it feels very awful. But they only get to do it with you one time. Yep. And it is liberating on the other side.
It is. And they tried it once and it's just like, all right, now I have, and you both you and Megan said the same thing. It was just like, this is going to pass, and it
passes soon too. It passes pretty quick, to be honest. You find out like you guys were, you're not beholden to some CEO that's going to shut you down or something. Nope. You're in a pretty good place for yourself. You just don't want your loved ones pulled into something because these are crazy pieces of shit.
Yes, because they said that they were going to commit violence against me and my family. Right. And it's just like, all right, well, now I've got my wife, she knows where everything is, that she can handle things on her own without me even having to be here. So, it's just like,
it's like for me, that shirt. Now I have a machine gun, a ho ho ho. The Die Hard shout out. Well, I do have a canister fed shotgun. Ho ho ho! You want to come and play? I mean, again, nobody's going to threaten me with violence in my own home or pop up a mess with me.
No, here in Georgia, let's put it this way: there's certain counties in Georgia that it is required that you own a firearm. And people don't understand that. They're just because they're so used to the silliness and that's the other thing they keep talking about. Flea keeps talking about having a firearm and she's not going to end up in any trouble because she has a firearm. But the only problem is her husband is not allowed to be around any firearms because he is a convicted felon. He is on probation. So her saying these kinds of things is going to do nothing but get him in more trouble. Is she trying to get him arrested?
Are they saying that they've been bricking lines while they have pew-pews around? That's not safe. That's bad. That's very bad. You're not fucking Scarface.
They might think they are.
I mean, yeah. I mean, your face may look like the Marinara Trench, but you're not Scarface. Whoops, did I say that? I mean, yeah, thank you, Daddy. That was great. Thanks for the 25 there. Appreciate you, brother. And my favorite. So thanks for the 10 there. Doug, it has been brought to my attention. The Limps is a Man Impossible Facebook page and make his name. Oh, yeah. Yes. I picked that up. Thank you. By the way, I have archived that as well. Yes, it is all gone in. And thank you all. Anytime you find something like that, mail it to me. You know, you did the great thing there. Appreciate it. Just like last night, when we had all that crazy popping off where she was putting up those very defamatory videos. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me look, by the way. I'm gonna look at those, and I imagine they're still there. Give me 1 second. And if they are still there, I'm going to ask people to go and take them down. You know?
Yeah, because
people feel free. Well, I mean, they're accusing somebody of one of the most life-destructive things, and it's definitely against any kind of terms of service. So,
yeah, that is crossing a bound. You know, that you just don't do.
Yeah, they're still up. I think they need to be flagged there for sure. So people, you know how to handle that. I gotta write it real quick. What's up, kiddo?
What's up, and I like the picture you have.
The what now? Oh yeah, I didn't close the thing. You can see me talking. Yeah. Which one?
Oh.
Wait, which picture? The one which this one over here? The one on this side or way over here? You talking about the puppy? There at the bottom? Oh, you're talking about the puppy. I thought you were talking about your avatar.
No, I'm talking about.
Oh, you're talking about this one right over here then?
No.
Let's see.
Talking about me on the throne?
Yeah.
I think I have a puppy she might like.
Look
Let's see.
It's a
There you go. What do you think of my puppy?
Hey, look at this puppy. Look at this one. Hey, come here. Look at this puppy. What do you think of
that's
that
my
one?
puppy.
That's cute. She can't hear you. Yeah. All right. Hey,
she can't hear, but you can tell her that is a Chiweenie.
I put all my gifts together.
What was that? You mean what were you saying? Sorry.
You can tell her that that's a Chiweenie.
Look at the rope. It's like a rope.
A Cellini? Is that what you said?
Chiweenie. He's a Chihuahua hot dog.
It's a Chihuahua hot dog dog. You heard that. She thought that was
It's
amazing.
like a rope. It's like a rope in that picture.
All right.
That's it.
Hey, take it upstairs though, because I gotta go. Hey, by the way, Floofy said hi.
Hi. Hey, the fluffy cat.
Yeah. I know you like telling Floofy hi, so.
I like Fluffy.
I know you do. All right. Go upstairs though. Hey.
Oh, how's Sticky doing?
How's the snake doing? It's doing good. Cold Slither. How's Cold Slither doing? Good. Yeah. All right. Go upstairs. All right. Love you. That's funny. I got a good laugh out of that too, because Cold Slither, if you ever watched the cartoon G.I. Joe, that was the fake Cobra band, you know?
Yeah.
So I thought that was pretty funny. I was like, ha ha ha. And she didn't know that she didn't. She just called it that. And I was like, yeah, that's a good name. Actually, I'll go with that. Bonnie, thanks for the 5. Tug, you don't fall to their nonsense. You laugh and monetize it, which makes them crazy. Yes, that is the way you handle stupid too.
Yes.
You monetize it. Like today, we do more on a day like today than they can imagine. And it really pisses them off.
Well, and that's why I made the t-shirts. You know, they wanted to call me, what was it? Shizzy Dumb Nuts. And I think that's a wonderful name. I've created a whole merch line. Yes. They are gorgeous.
Yeah, I think you did very well with mocking that level of stupid, because they think that they're not good at this. That's the one thing. They are not good at this at all. You know, they play with people that are good at this.
Yeah, I've been a creator for most of my life. So, I mean, just on different levels. I mean, I can sit down and I can build a table with, you know, in a couple of days. You know, I create things. I find beauty in all kinds of nature, and you know, it exemplifies whenever I can sit down and play music and hear like the tones and the undertones and things like this, that they don't seem to understand that my brain doesn't focus on what's right in front of me. I'm focusing on what's happening around me. It's weird. I think I'm a little messed up in the head or something.
I think all of us at our ages, if we would have been born into, generations now, they would try to diagnose like, behavior is, because anybody with any kind of individualism, they also try to diagnose out of you,
Yeah.
Some people need it and some people don't,
Yeah.
When they're like, when you walk into a clinic and 3 out of 4 people can be diagnosed just like that. It's like, there's something wrong there,
Yeah.
Let's see. Jay-Z, thanks for the fun. ChatGPT, it's like a dancer. It gives you a lap dance, trying to get your last dollar while lifting your wallet and calling your wife. There you go. That's true. There you go. That's funny. We toast coast to coast is the way, when you go wheat coast, west coast, I like it. But I always think, space ghost. Coast to coast.
Yes.
I think we toast coast to coast. That's what I love it. You've gotten your Santa groove on. That's awesome. Thank you for the gift of membership and the entertainment. That's beautiful. Sexy Toast needs a Santa hat.
Yes.
It does. Sexy Toast needs a Santa. I need to do that real quick. That is a perfect idea.
That is a perfect idea.
I was making sexy waffles, so.
I always wondered what would happen if Wheat Toast got up and said, you know what, I think the backside needs to be buttered. Look, can you rub a little butter on my backside?
Pour some butter on me. JC, thanks to the 2. Liz's husband should pull the plug on the internet. Yes, I cannot believe the level of stupid, and they haven't pulled it for that. Linda, thanks to the 2. Liz needs plastic surgery for personality. Yeah, indeed. If only they did that might help. William, again, thank you for this. Said if you don't publish chickens again for the soul, I will be disappointed. I told my wife about it. She wants a copy, and she hasn't even heard part of it yet. Well, I definitely, like I said, I want to go through. I need to iron it out, and I need to. I need to make sure everything's in, because, like I said, I feel like I've gone through. They're like 70 something. Now, again, they're not compact pages or anything, but still, these people. It started out. You remember, like it was just going to be like some kind of AI. Haha, that's funny, right?
Yes.
But I was like, you know what? if we're going to do this, do it right. Like, don't use AI. Let AI spell check it and stuff like that, but don't use AI to make it.
No, you use, and that's what people don't understand about AI is AI is there to do the task that you don't have to spend so much time on. If the task is that you don't have to think about what you're doing and you're just telling it what to do, then yeah, that's bad. But you have to have the idea and the concept and the writing, and you do all of that, and you say, hey, I need you to fix the spelling on this or make sure my punctuation is right. That's what it's there for. I mean,
I tell it to check my flow to make sure that I haven't repeated something too. Like if I repeat something when I read through it, I ask it, and it gets things wrong. Like,
oh God,
it doesn't understand nuance or anything like that. So it's going to make a mess.
But I had to do a whole bunch of accounting over the past couple of days. Just getting books straightened out, and every time I download something, it didn't format it correctly, and I just took the AI and I said, hey, this is what I need it to do. And what would have taken me about 4 hours to complete, AI was able to do it in about 10 seconds. you know, it fixed it where it put the negative balance and the positive balance in and balanced my checkbook. You know,
Right.
that's basically what I used it for. It was
Yeah,
so
AI
beautiful.
can do all kinds of stuff, but it's a tool. That's the thing.
Yes.
And you know, currently I've read some terrible that they're talking about AI, the way they want to implement it. Like we could be looking at a 12% job loss, you know, for that. And I'm like, well, that's pretty dumb on company side because they need
Yes.
that 12% of money, you know.
Yeah.
They don't run for free, so that's actually a problem for them too.
Yeah.
I think it's the new .com bubble. You know, of course,
Yes.
AI is going to make a huge difference. I'm not saying that, but you remember when they would back any AI, and you you had some really stupid things that made billions.
Oh yeah, like part of that .com bubble. It'd be, for example, somebody would buy up the tug.com, and what would happen is Tug is just like, man, my business is starting to boom, but I can't sell. I have to, so I'm going to have to change my name to ThATuMBRELLAgUy.com and oh, look, somebody bought that one up too for pennies on the dollar. And the only way you could get it released is by buying it. So you would spend any amount of money because, you know, you're a multi-million-dollar company, and that's what people were doing. And finally they were just like, you know what, we don't have to deal with this. There's other ways to do it. And all those people that spent hundreds of thousands of dollars, that's what busted them. You know,
Did you ever hear about WeWork?
Yeah.
Okay, WeWork was one of the perfect ideas of what a bubble is about. So WeWork comes out, they're renting office space, and they're saying, you know, instead of you renting a whole office, you could share it with other people. Okay, well, that makes sense. All right. Well, then they start calling it a .com. They're like, you know, it's like a physical office space, but we're more like a technology company than we are an office company. And it's insane. When you look, they just keep buying up stuff. They were actually to keep numbers where it looked like they grow, they would give out free rent to people for like a year, never collect money. But on paper, they were always growing, always making money. And that company, again, it's fascinating. If people have never looked it up, it's the word we, W-E, work, W-O-R. Okay, but it's one word. Look it up, the rise and fall of it. That is absolutely insane. You're talking about billions given to that company. And all they were was a place that was picking up office space and subleasing it. And they wanted to look like they were growing, like I said. So they would give people, you know, they would pick up more and more buildings, and then they would pick up some more rent, but they would give people sweetheart deals, but it didn't matter. On paper, they look like they were. And that's the same thing you see with a lot of these. Yes, we will.
And in my opinion, that's what you've been seeing with the fleas is the same thing. You know, they're trying to make it look good on paper, except they're horrible at it. And people are buying into it, and they're thinking, oh, this is going to be so great, because for some odd reason, and I don't know if they let this slip out on purpose or not, but for some odd reason, they think that this is going to get mainstream notice. Like it's going to hit ABC, NBC. It's going to be like the next Laura Owens, and they're going to be on the forefront, the pioneers of all this crap, and it's going to make their all their ills go away.
Right. Well, they think that they can also, you know, pick up money, and they can do whatever they want with it, and they think they'll keep it small, and yet it'll also be big. You know,
right?
And it doesn't work both ways. They've already been noticed. People took notice of their actions, and once they took notice of their actions, sooner or later, this thing will get them. Now, has it gotten them yet? No, but also it's because Lynette Preston has been relying on Levy County. And that's all she's relying on, Levy County. She hasn't filed Fed. She hasn't gone after any of that yet. She should have, but she hasn't yet. So when she finally steps up and, you know, grows a little brain on that, does something about it. Part of it, too, is, you know, John Cook is also one of the problems. John Cook, he is in constant communication with the fleas. Constant. Like daily.
They've said this.
Mm-hmm.
They've said this online that
Oh,
they're in
multiple
constant
times.
communication.
Multiple times they've said it, and it's wild because it's working against her interests. And I mean, what does that say? It says some scary things. But anyway, Blake, thank you for the 6 months there. I'd love for you to write a series. The content will keep coming as long as the shit show continues. That's true too. That is true.
Yes, it will.
Allie thinks the Fellowship of the Skin. Emmy, thanks to the 10 there. Old form of rug testing used to show positives for poppy seeds, which is why people told to avoid it. Advancements have all but ruled that out. Yeah, well, the problem is, though, poppy seeds don't come back as
stimulants.
Yes, no cocaine. They would come back as an opiate, So they, when they were reading their excuses for why you could fail, they read half a sentence. They were like, or they looked at a chart and didn't know how to read it. And that's the funny thing about it. Yeah. Now, I mean, there are a lot of things that could potentially give you false positives. It's like a breathalyzer, for example. If a person has a DUI and they have a breathalyzer in their vehicle, or say you get tested on the side of the road, man, anything could set that sucker off. Energy drinks, that's why lawyers, like DUI lawyers, you'll see them. They ask about, did you notice the energy drink there? Did you smell an energy drink? If they mess up and say, well, boom, there, that's a walk away free. So,
right. Well, his wasn't a walk away free. That's the thing, because he admitted to it.
Yeah, well, 100%. And it's all cataloged. It messes with their grip. Again, they keep saying they're going to sue everybody. What, over public records? Are you fucking kidding me? I'm waiting for that one. I'm absolutely waiting for that. I'm keeping records on every. Well, you keep those fucking records. You know what? Because like I said, for real, they like to say, oh, I can't wait to get in the courtroom. Man, you get in a courtroom, these morons, they do that. But I swear to God,
they are scared shitless of a courtroom. They've already proven that.
They hide from all that stuff. I swear, though, shizzy, I swear to God, they pull me into some frivolous bullshit lawsuit, I will break them financially. I will do everything in my power to make them feel it for the rest of their fucking lives.
Yeah.
They will, these scammy fucking people, I will wreck them for trying to frivolously sue me. And they'll cry, Bill McTuggy threatened. No, I promise. That ain't no threat. I promise you. My vindictiveness will be legendary. You're like, Jeremy's mean. Oh, I'll take it to the next fucking level. It'll be the wrath of God. They
think that you're joking whenever you say this. They have this concept in their mind. Oh, he's just threatening. He's got nothing to back him. It's like, do you realize that Tug has been doing this much longer than you give him credit for, and he is still standing.
Oh,
and there's a reason why he's still standing, because whenever you've got right behind you, you're untouchable.
They want to. Yeah, see, you know what? People could pull that game with me when I had a brand new channel.
Right.
When the first time I ever had somebody try some kind of bullshit with me, I had around 10,000, not even that. I had somebody that wrote a hit piece article on me, try to, threaten. They false struck, and they threatened with lawsuits and everything. And it's funny, like 6 months later, they figured out, wait a minute, maybe I shouldn't have done that. And they wrote essentially begging, hey, sorry about that. I was just, that was a bad time, wasn't it? And it's like, yeah, fuck you. But at the time, I did not have the backing to sue and to do it, because that's an expensive road. That's the thing. Like, yes, all their bluster and stuff, it's got to come with financing. And they're telling you that Bruce is no longer around. He's not going to stick out an entire lawsuit with them, even if he comes back. There ain't no way, man.
No, he's going to bounce from wherever he thinks that he can do the most damage. That's it. That's why do you think he's going after Larry? That's the only reason he's going after Larry is because he thinks he can get something out of it.
Larry hurt his feels too, ultimately, and he's getting into that muck and mire.
Yeah.
One of the things that'll be a problem for it. Again, he invited armies of people to cover this stuff and to talk about him. And he put out open letters to Larry. So when he gets to a certain point, I mean, Larry's just going to come after him for the money that's involved, and that's not going to be fun. They're not going to enjoy that. But we've told Bruce stuff like that before. Bruce doesn't listen. So
no, he doesn't care.
Just get to watch the shit show,
Exactly.
I mean, the farther you make it into a lawsuit too, like the more that happens with it, the more cost that's associated, the more he can come after him for it. So that'll be fun, But then again, your daddy thinks for the fine. There, Lynette's a lawyer after reading documents will burn through money. Yes. Will he use it to get off the case, or we see him begging for more money? I don't see how he'll stay on for 60 grand. I don't see it. Not with the amount of stuff that he has to prep for 4 cases. There's no way they told him the amount of work that goes into this.
No.
I mean, I had to get for a protective order. I had to get a lawyer, and again, it was my protective order, and I had to go and pay like 31. I keep thinking, when I looked at it, I keep thinking, like I said, 31, but I keep thinking it's 31.75 is the actual total. But they were good; they were really good. But that was for, me. I'd done a lot. I had prepped. I had, they were going to come for one thing, one thing, and the amount of prep work, it would involve a little bit of prep work. It wasn't like just simplistic, but they need to know a little bit. They'll look at a few things here and there. This, they're supposed to prepare for what's essentially 4 cases.
Yep.
So I know there's no way they're going to be happy about all this.
No. Especially whenever they find out what all is involved.
Yeah.
They're gonna be looking at them going, what did you get yourself into?
Yeah, money. Well, yeah, that's what a bunch of other lawyers have said too, essentially, like Silverman. He's like, oh my God, we need to get out of this. Sean, well, he didn't say anything, but his actions say plenty. Stark, like these people pressured him so much, he ended up dying,
Yeah. I mean, they put the screws on him.
Yeah, they killed because he wanted to leave. He was like, "Hey, let me leave. And they kept him in. They're the ones who talked him into it. I personally, again, I wouldn't have let him out. Like as the others, no. If you want to be out of that, you need to step up and you need to talk about what you did.
Exactly.
It's crazy though. I mean, they killed that man. And they, of course, they were like, "Oh, actually, Jeremy Hales." Like Jeremy Hales didn't fucking sue Stark.
Yeah, he didn't bring the lawsuit against Stark. That was their doing. They brought the lawsuit against not only Jeremy, but they went after Jeremy. They went after Larry. They went after Granger's. They went after Travis. I mean,
garbage lawsuits too. That's why they dropped them. But they thought when they dropped them that they could just. They can drop, pick up. They can do whatever they want. And, that's there's a threat in that, like they want to be able to threaten you and to basically, screw around with your peace of mind for all that time. But Lynette's lawyers, I don't think they'll be happy about the amount of work that's going to lean on them. I don't think they have any idea what they've gotten into. They're a big company and they need, with that kind of stuff for that amount of money, that's fast turnaround. You know? I mean, it just amazes me the way that when I listened to what Jeremy had to say about that, the way that translates to me is they thought it was going to be a very basic, here it is. Let's get this over with, cut and dry, bam. We're, one and done. We're just going to be done with it. And they didn't even know they had to be there in person.
No.
And, they talked too. They were talking about like when the ecosystem discusses, they act like Jeremy's supposed to feel nice and be nice, and be just not
He's
say
supposed
anything
to,
negative ever.
he's supposed to be the bigger man.
Yeah, fuck that, man. You know, people want to take aim at my life. I'm going to talk about. He actually was pretty nice with that lawyer, to be honest.
Yeah.
He said a lot of decent things. He said, you know, the guy shook my hand. He did this. He did that. But I mean, at the end of the day, he is opposing counsel that's representing horrible fucking human beings. And if you know, if that's what he wants to represent, fine. But you're not obligated to be nice to him. He now, as an officer of the court, he's supposed to be decent with you. That's the thing that blew my mind with like Bruce. But God,
yeah, because Bruce had no decency towards anybody.
No. Rebel, what's up, Rebel? 40 months. Thank you.
Wow.
By the way, thank you too, Rebel. I appreciate the heck out of you anyway. Pepperidge Farm remembers, indeed. There's a lot too. It's a lot on lips to remember, isn't it? For sure. Suzanne, thanks for the 5. Please post Shizzy's so close to 10K. Where are you, by the way?
I don't know. I hadn't looked.
You know what? I should have focused more on that. I just have not been thinking.
No, you don't have to
brother.
Focus on it. You know, here's the thing, Tug, is I enjoy doing what I do. If I had 200 subs, if I had 100,000
yeah,
subs,
but we could hit that freaking number. You know what? I'm going to push that. First of all, well, one of the mods I meant to note that. Well, we've got, like I said, 9,900. I'm not signed in. I'm watching my channel, but I'm not signed in as a mod. So that's one of the problems for me. So I can't pin anything on it. Well, it's because Leslie blocked me on her fucked up channel while doing all that, trying to keep me from being able to catalog. So what I did is just sign into, again, I think I have 3 channels, 2 that are just not doing anything out there, but she'd have to block a lot more. So I signed into my others just to keep up with. Again, I don't interact or anything. I make sure to catalog and I put it away. So that's why, I think we can get that number. If we don't get it tonight, we'll get it.
See,
I think
I'm a mod on your channel. See, I can post it up there.
Can you pin a link? Or,
let me see. No, it won't let me pin it.
Shit. Yeah. Post that up there though, for sure.
Yeah, it's posted up there.
Again, folks, like I said, you all, if you would hit the link, go subscribe. Not a hard thing. And Shizzy's right at 10,000. 10,000 is a huge milestone, by the way. Huge milestone. 1,000's a huge one, but man, 10,000 feels like it's some unearthly gap,
It is. I mean, and I realized this probably about the 1,000 sub mark whenever I was trying to get monetized, because at the time I got monetized, I think it was 1,000 subs you had to have or something like that. And I would hit 1,000, and then the next day it would drop 10, the next day it would go up 5, and I was sitting there going, "Oh my God, this is never going to happen."
Yeah. I remember having to do that dance with numbers, and 10,000 was rough to get to.
Yeah. No, and I mean, I've been, I look back at this year, and that was, part of the stream I had for my 3-year anniversary. I've been doing this for 3 years, and I've just been steadfast of keeping my content like something that I would want to watch. And I think that's, if you were selling freaking rocks from Temu, if that's what you enjoy doing, you just do it. I mean, and I say this with all the love, is Nick Rekieta was the one that really inspired me to start my channel.
Sure.
He said something like, anybody can start YouTube, and once you start doing it, there's so many people that won't be able to continue doing it, because
it's work, man. It is real work.
It is real work. And having something grow takes more than just wishing it to grow. You have to think and be thoughtful of what you're doing, and your chat will make you or break you. If you go against your chat, you start all the weird, like, nitpicky bullshit. It hurts your channel so much.
Well, that's why, a lot of people get this weird ego about things, you know, like my channel. No, if you remember, you're the voice on the channel.
That's it.
The other people, they control that. They make it, and like you said, they can break it. And I see people turn on their chat. So that's why, like, you know, the fleas, that's one of the lessons they have never learned. They turn on it. And again, you know, if anything comes up, like Google, for example, when we've had problems and people said they can't post, I can't control that, but I always take, you know, I'm like, that's my bad. It doesn't matter. You roll with it. You be like, yep, apologies, treat it like a business. My bad. Yeah. Apologies. Let's move on. Let's keep going.
No, I had someone reach out to me and said, for some reason I'm banned on your channel. I'm a member, but I can't type in your chat. It was Jenny 8675309 sent me a message, and I was like, well, there's no reason you should be banned on my channel. And by God, I went in and looked. Yep. I looked in, and sure enough, she'd been banned on my channel. So I went in and fixed it. I mean, you know,
too, if you get a contact with that, and it's not, what you do is you go to their their page, right? And where it says, you know, when you drop down, it'll say hide, unhide. Just toggle it, hide them, and then unhide them again. Yeah. And I found, even if you haven't banned them before, that's an issue that we're running into. I don't know why.
It's a YouTube thing. Yeah. It's a YouTube thing, because I know Jenny has never done anything. Jenny's been like the sweetest person on my channel. I'm like, how in the hell did she get removed? I mean, you know, just
God, Jenny, what did you do? Now I'm just playing.
she didn't leave her number.
I love it though. Yeah, I mean, we found that, you know, and again, even if you have no control over it, we eat it, and you know, you pretend it's some chicken skin, you eat it.
You eat it, you slurp it down. Make sure
take
that
credit for it.
Yeah,
you know, pretend it's like one of those cold tongues. You know? God, I can't believe, like, that kind of stuff is hard for me to wrap my head around and be like, this is actually really happened. You know?
Yes, because I've looked back at this past year of all the insane stuff that's happened just this year. You've had Lips come in and attempt to sue people twice, and then disappear, and just you've had everyone supporting, you know, over there on the anti-Hales group, you know, supporting Lynette, and then throwing her under the bus and telling her to go pound sand, like within 6 months.
Yeah, and now they're back to pretending that they're all they're endorsing her again. It's the strangest thing. I think they're afraid she's going to sue. I really do. I think with the people finding out, like, what's you know, what kind of background that's actually there, I think they're having a problem. They're having a real problem.
Well, and they're trying to tighten up all their loose ends, because you know, they've Lynette has all those communications that they've been having.
Yeah. Well, you know, I wonder this too, Lynette, do they still have access to your cameras? Are you still done? Because I was reading their statements about Jeremy leaving property and stuff, and them talking about watching him do it and all the times he's done this and that. Yeah. And I was like, holy God, man, they're sitting around and, you know, they're discussing stalking him, you know, anytime he leaves the property, which is crazy enough. But I thought, they're watching you too. You know that, Lynette, right? You realize that they are watching you, and when they're watching you, they're absolutely going to pick up anything that you do that they can blackmail you for.
Yeah, and if you wanted to look at stalking behavior, sending there physically recording somebody, not for your own protection, but you're physically recording somebody so you can try to use that on a live stream. That is just insane to me.
Well, they talked about, for example, the other day they were talking about the memorial and they were saying we have this this stuff where we can see Jeremy. He does this, he does that, and it was like if you had actual proof of him stealing something, you would have had Levy County involved. Levy County would have they would have done something about it too. But you don't have shit, you know. You lie, you lie, and you lie, and you lie, and you lie. And obviously, if the police, they have been such scumbags about stuff. If they had anything, I think they would have utilized it. So obviously that tells you that they don't have anything worth a damn. But
well, hell, they try to accuse him of having cameras up around his property. If he had cameras up around his property, the state would have stepped in, but yet they have never provided any proof. They've taken pictures of a birdhouse.
You can have property. You can have cameras. I have cameras. You know, I have fucking 13 cameras around my home. 13
I have 10
cameras. Yeah. You know, I record everything.
Yes.
So I record from like the highest levels of my home. I am absolutely allowed to do that. So when they talk about the elevation of cameras, you know, what they're trying to say is that people that have a camera on there, you think about this. If I have a camera on the edge of my house, they're trying to tell me that that height right there is too high. And it's
they're saying if you have a camera, even a Ring doorbell, that's too high to catch them, you know, breaking into your house.
Because it's them. It's telling on them. That's the problem. Pieces of garbage, man. Hate these people. I do. Yeah. By the way, Suzanne, thank you. Yes. Shizzy is very close. And like I said, we will run it. I totally forgot about it tonight. You know, I meant to too.
No, I'm in the moment, man. It's
I just think we're goofing off and having a good live stream. So
I love streaming.
Kathy, thank you for the membership there. Thank you very much, Kathy, by the way. That's much appreciated. Spin Doctor. What's up, Spin Doctor, man? How you doing, by the way, brother? I see your conspiracy and raise you under internet chaos. Bring it. That's right.
I do bring the internet chaos most of the time.
K-Mad. What's up, K-Mad? It is great to see you too. Like I said, I love it. I love the fact that I run across all these names. I know who these people are. And I appreciate it. Thank you. So, K-Mad. Thank you for the 5 giftos, but also thank you for being here. I much appreciate you. I like that freaking avatar too. I like it there. That looks great. Cajun Bayou Queen, what's up? Always good to see you too. Thank you. Thank you for the membership as well. I liked this for William. William was like, "You're wrong, Tug. It won't be a nuke you drop. It'll be a bombshell." That's right.
It's always a bombshell.
They mentioned that you know, how much they hate it. They're like, it's just bombshell, it's just bombshell. So I'm like, everything needs to be a bombshell.
I think I'll start doing that.
Well, they hate the fact that I use, and it's like they were whining, he says things are breaking news. And I was like, didn't you just use breaking news? Did you just use it for that? So yeah, you lying pieces of garbage. ThATuMBRELLAgUY, thank you again for a gifted membership too. Thank you for that. Like I said, very much appreciated, especially in this month. Anytime, but this month really says to people, thank you. D spills the tea. What's up, D? I hope you are doing great, by the way. I always appreciate, like, D, that's another smart person.
Yes.
She picked up on stuff, and they, you know what they did? They attacked her and attacked her and attacked her because she told the truth. You know? I think, you know, anybody who loses income, I mean, people have cases against them. If they ever want them, they can go for it. So D spills tea. Thank you. Appreciate you. Thank you for that. What chicken butt? Oh man, that is the little one. What chicken butt?
Yes.
I get the what. So, thanks for the tea there. Lurker tags. Well, thank you for that. Thank you for that, Dave. Too funny. Travis, thanks for the tea. Glad you're on tonight, brother. But it's a little bit of money to luck and addiction to neck, to lip gloss. Yes, indeed. They
definitely.
God, they love that freaking lip gloss. The little one especially. My neck hurts. I just wish I'd run an office in Tennessee. I love everyone. Yeah, actually, you know, with Tennessee out here in the boons, you know, it's really bad. representative for this area. And every other county, their representatives, that you can call their office, pick up the phone. Man, I call my representative, nothing. They won't ever call you back or anything. It's gross, you know, because they have a lock on the office out in these areas. So it's gross, man. I always wish somebody would run. I run, but I don't, you know, like any regular person. You think, well, regular person, yeah, you don't have the money to compete with these special interest weirdos.
No.
Yeah, appreciate you, brother. Mary, thank you for the 5 months. That no statement, but ma'am, that is a heck of a statement. Thank you. Bob, what's up? Bob Poo. I wonder if she'll claim insanity. All the videos, the guy being sued. She'll try to play victimhood. That'll actually be her thing. And then later on, she'll probably beg us all not to sue her.
Yes.
You know, it's money. Like I said, she goes after Megan and says Megan did this or that, or other people have done this or that. Like I said, you tried to sue me twice, lady. You know, I didn't do shit to you. So, you know, you want to say that I wasn't nice to you? Why? Because I talked about your behavior online. Okay, but
no, Tug, you were actually one of the nicest people that I've ever experienced doing this, because if I'm not mistaken, you said something very specific to stop. If you keep on, I will spend an entire month making sure that I point out every single thing about you. You gave the warning and they didn't heed.
They never do. You know what I mean? You tell them. You tell them what to expect from you. They all think that, well, it's because a lot of these people, you know, like the paint chips and stuff, for example, they've had experience with running people off of something. But this is a different world, you know. In this world, my reputation is built on making fun of people and taking a wrecking ball to whatever I want to. So you can't hurt that, you know. And people just don't give a shit. You can try to like threaten and stuff, but my God, like I said, what are you gonna do? Come here to like Podunk, Tennessee, and fuck around? Because that'd be a real stupid thing to do.
Well, it'd just be a stupid thing to show up and do that. I mean, you know, I know the area you live in, and they're not going to take too kindly to some bow tie wearing guy that likes to, you know, promote the kind of perversions that he promotes. They're not going to take too kindly to that. And, you know, there was this little movie that came out. It was filmed in Georgia, but it's a little bit about Tennessee, called Deliverance. Have you never seen it?
Yep, I think I've been there.
Yeah, let's put it this way: you don't mess with the Tennesseans. No, just no. Not Georgia doesn't even mess with Tennessee. You have to understand that there's a water dispute. Right there at the top of Georgia, and Georgia is constantly battling with Tennessee over that land. Don't mess with Tennessee.
Which is funny because, you know, these people, again, New York, you may think going in New York, you may think you're big shit because you could link up with mafia or whatever. Man, we have our own worlds out here. You know, you're not going to come out here into something that's mine and threaten me. You know, me, my neighbors and shit, man. None of them would take kindly to it.
And these are neighbors that you probably only talk to every so often, but they're just like, no. That's the same way in Georgia. People don't get it. It's just like you get these people that come in from out of state and they go, oh, well, you know, you've been talking crap about us for the past, I don't know, 100 years, whatever, you know, all this, I don't know, you can go there. You go into this kind of thing with this mentality of, well, you're just a bunch of stupid, you know, backwards living in the South. You know,
that's the actual thing that these idiots try to pull. They try to pretend that, you know, oh, it's backward. Again, you see what they do. Hodunk hillbillies. You see what they really think of so many of us out And that's again, they thought that of the very people they were hired to defend. You know,
Yeah.
which I'm okay with. Like, let
Yeah.
them think that it really exposed it. I think they turned bringing those people in. I think actually turned more people to us to listen to what's going on. I think the
Yes.
denial. There are idiots still out there though that refuse to look up any of these people's records or anything else, or pretend none of that's pertinent. You know, and that blows my mind. So you have you know, you have people that have conned other people or strong arm extorted them, and they're like, oh, that doesn't matter. And it's like, it absolutely matters.
Yes, it goes to show the kind of person that they are. I mean, you know how fast Tug would be just like, listen, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. If he found out that I had done half the crap that some of these people had done.
Well,
because
if
Tug would be just like, listen, I got some questions about your behavior.
Yeah, if you were raising, okay, if you were like, hey, you know what? I'm going to raise money on behalf of these indigent, poor people that are out here, blah, blah, blah. And you had some kind of craze, like, you know, record and stuff. Absolutely. I'd be like, what the shit, you know?
Yes.
But I would also, even if that wasn't there, like if you were setting up a fundraiser for those people, for example, I'd be like, hey, you know, you could just set that up where it directly goes to them, right? Oh yeah. Well, you know, but these people, they wouldn't do. And if you defrauded a bunch of folks like that, then we'd have a problem. But you know, I also know you're not going to do that. I'm not saying,
No.
you know, in the internet, you run into some great people and you run into terrible people, you know, and
well,
unfortunately,
and you know, I will say, fortunately, I've run into some of those early on in my YouTubing, you know, that were not the greatest people.
Yeah.
That there was people that did fundraisers that were not legit whatsoever.
Oh, yeah, I've been seeing that, you know, and
you go back and you're just like, well, you know, and they ruin it for the people that have something legitimate. But the only way that I recommend doing any sort, because somebody came into my chat and they were just like, oh, I came across a whole bunch of money, I want looking to donate. I was like, go verify it. I mean, I know that St. Jude's is pretty solid. I mean, you know, but I'm not going to tell you where to spend your money. You know, that if you want to donate to something, there's verifiable charities that you can donate to.
I just don't like the fact that, again, we're talking about $100,000, man.
Plus.
We're not talking about dropping the bucket. We are talking about, you know, we were talking about a grand or two. I'm not minimizing that.
We are talking about the amount of money that I can buy a home for in the state of Georgia.
Yeah,
I'm talking about if I wanted a place in the state of Georgia, you give me $100,000 and I can have a home with probably about 2 acres of land.
Mm-hmm. Well, same thing here, man. You could buy a place out in a lot of podunk areas, you know, and get something kind of nice. But instead, you know, they held out their hand like they were helping Lynette Preston. And I don't like Lynette Preston. I think the stuff that she's done and Cook have done is awful business.
Yes.
But you know, you promise that you're going to do something, you should be following through with it. And I cannot believe that there are idiots still boosting that stuff up, you know?
Yes. Well, and they're not only donating to that now, then they're claiming that they've got new people that they're donating to.
Mm-hmm.
But they're, you know, look, we've got this whole list, and all you have to do is order this. And, you know, when I've seen this play out before, there was a chick and her boyfriend that did this to a veteran. You know, and he ended up living in a mobile home, you know, out on their property. And eventually, you know, he started wanting to get the rest of his money. Whenever he reached out to him, they were just like, holy cow, do you realize that they've taken over $200,000 of your money?
Well, that's what this. I've never watched a amount of money like this come up. You know, I've seen some some crazy stuff. I've watched scammers, and you know, I've thought, my God, these people here, they're you know, they're doing something awful. But I've never seen people that have managed and they've kept it going. That's been one thing you have to give them credit for. You know, they've managed to keep it going. And again, part of that is because Lynette Preston is too fucking stupid to contact the fucking FBI about it. That's one. If they'd fill out an IC3 report, there would be an issue.
Yes.
They haven't done that. I mean, it just, a lot of it blows my mind.
Well, and I think that has to do with making sure that John Crook is taken care of. You know, if you take care of him, he's going to make sure that don't.
I always wonder. I keep wondering if they're doing something again. Lynette, she better watch who she trusts in that group, because you know, the last time she trusted them, they stole $100,000. What are they going to steal from you this time? They're going to steal your fucking freedom. They're going to steal. They're going to put you away. They're going to take your, you know, everything that you care about, grift off of, whatever.
I don't know what did John Crook promise them? Did he promise them the half of the property? I mean, you know, get the old lady out of the way, and hell, it's not like he wasn't, you know, happy to see his ex go.
Well, she's been a liability for him currently, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, she's been a big liability for him, because ultimately, at the end of the day, they want what she had, and they walked her into one of the dumbest decisions that she could ever make. You know, that whole bankruptcy thing is, I mean, it's one of the dumbest decisions I have ever seen.
It makes no sense to me, because it exposes her and everybody else.
Yeah. Well, they basically, in order to supposedly get around Jeremy Hales, they expose her property. They, you know, she may lose everything just for that. Not even get a decision against her. You know,
Yeah.
And that, to me, that's amazing. Like the damage they talked her into, and she seems to be okay with. She seems to be okay with the ride. She thinks that for some reason they're talking about her losing everything like it's nothing, and they have managed to get her to walk the line and shut the fuck up. And I don't know how they've done it, but I guess bravo to them too. I guess, you know, him right in her ear probably helps out as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, let me
Sorry.
No, man, I love talking. I could talk a million years, you know. So I'll ramble all night about it. I like it. Victoria, thanks for the 50 there. What an amazing show. You two are wonderful. Love the topic. Yeah, well, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I could talk probably all night, but Kelly, thanks for the 5 there. Hello to my 2 faves. Woohoo! Thank you, Kelly. Appreciate that. You Cajun Bife, thanks for the 2 there. Glad to see you two doing show together. Indeed, you know, like it. Like every couple of weeks, or you know, we'll have pop-ons. Like I'll pop on Shizzy's show. And Shizzy comes over. I told her it was funny this week. I was like, dude, yeah. We got to do something. You know, we'd been talking for a minute, you know, and she was like, hey, anytime. I was like, all right. So
yeah,
I'm terrible. I don't you can ask Shizzy. I don't pre-plan though.
No.
I never. I'm terrible about it. I feel like if I pre-plan, I feel like I have an obligation, and I hate that because, you know, in the moment. But like if I'm in the mood, you know, because sometimes I'm not in the mood to have somebody on. You know what I mean? Just getting.
Yeah. Oh, I know that feeling.
Yeah. You just want to ramble, and, you know, throw your own fits and then do whatever. But sometimes it's great to have somebody else.
Yes, it is.
Brazilla, thanks for the 5. To Megan, may the flea hags, my bad, present you with the truck of your dreams after this lawsuit is done. Indeed. This must be the last thing the Smokies want to see.
Oh, man.
Indeed. That would be really funny. Janice, Tug, did you ever find the missing tarantula? Such cool spiders? No. We didn't. So the little one, or the oldest rather, she got put on feed the spider duty. You know, no big deal. Just pop them out, pop the thing open a little bit, shove a cricket in. Well, I went and I was looking in one of the tanks. And I was like, I don't see the spider. I'm like, where is it at? So I thought, well, they dig sometimes. I thought,
Yeah.
it's dug in. Well, I didn't see it for a while. I couldn't find it in there. And I was like, I don't think it's in there. So I went. I hate tearing up their environment, because if they've dug in, you're ruining their environment. I was like, I got to find out. So I dug it up. No spider. I think she, when she opened it, got out, and I still haven't found. Now it's not a dangerous one or anything, but
No.
I was like, man, I hope it got in and ate some insects I don't like.
Well, yeah, and sometimes they'll do a little bit of hibernation. I mean, we had, whenever I lived in New Mexico, it wouldn't be uncommon to be out working on one of the.
Oh yeah, fine stem. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'd be working on my car, come in, and I'd have one crawling up my leg, and somebody would be just like, "You got a tarantula on your leg." Oh, cool. You just pick him up, and he's the size of your hand, and you're just like, he's pretty chill. He's just looking for a warm spot.
They like, I mean, they are not bad. The worst spiders are like, we get brown recluses and shit. That's bad.
Yeah, that's bad.
That's bad news. Jack's mom, by the way. Thank you, Jack's mom. It is great to see you for real too. Thank you for the gifted membership. Appreciate you. What's up, Pink Rose? Things to do. Love tugging Shizzy together. Yeah, like I said, we have fun.
Yeah.
Again, you can see almost everybody. This is the thing the ecosystem has a problem with too. None of us, when we communicate, we're not promised anything. They always love to be like, oh, there's a conspiracy. No, we actually get along. You can tell. But, I have a business. Shizzy has a business. And as business owners, we get along, period. See, that's the thing. That they want to say conspiracy when a couple of business owners get along. But on top of that, there are certain people I like that are part of this thing, and I goof off with. I have fun. Every night, like if something big comes up, I'll be like, "Oh, Shizzy, did you see this?" Or Shizzy might be like, "Yo, did you see this?"
Exactly. I mean, and usually that's usually the length of our conversations.
Yeah.
It's just like, there's been times I've called you up and I was like, I'm gonna be looking at this right here, and you might have information about something that I missed. And go, hey, well, you might want to look here, here, and here. And I go, oh, and I look it up and I decide whether I want to use it or not. That's what they don't understand is just, whenever you create and you build relationships with people. There's a reason why I can have I could have Jeremy on any single time that I want to.
Right.
That he would be available to come on. I could reach out to him and say, hey, do you want to come on? And, he's never under any obligation to come on. It's because he has his own business that he's running. There might be a question that I say, hey, Tug, this doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. In your experience, have you ever seen this before? That's called a relationship. It's no different than me asking my wife, a question about law.
We also have to bounce certain things. So you'll see something, or I'll see something in this mess. You'll put together a piece and you'll be like, yo, I've been looking at this, and is this crazy?
Right.
Yeah, I've ran into many situations like that where I'm like, hey, I've got to ask somebody something here, because I have either noticed something big, which has happened, or I've stared at this too long and I've noticed something that's not there, which happens too.
Oh, I've done that before, and you've said no, you're looking at it wrong. Look, you're reading this wrong. 'Cause I remember early on, whenever I asked you about something, you were just like, no, read it again, and I looked at it again, and I was just like, oh. I feel so
that happens
stupid.
to all of us, though. We'll misread something. Or again, these people are so diabolical that you think, my God, some of the crazy stuff that's come up in documents. In this case, I can't believe for real. I've never seen come up in another document. I've seen some soulless, weird lawyers. I've seen some shyster lawyers before, but I have never fucking seen some of the scumbagginess that I've seen around this.
No, I have.
I kind of love it. I'm addicted to it. Like I said.
Yes, it is addicting.
Thanks for the 4 months there. Thank you. Happy holidays, Doug. She's in chat. Well, happy holidays to you too. And love to you as well, my friend. Travis, thanks for the 5. Love you, Tug. Kids, I'm doing great. Looking forward to next year. Heck yeah. Going to be a model citizen. Great, my friend. Disabled, mentally off, but that keeps me straight line. Hey, you know what, man? We carry through life, we carry scars, we carry luggage. Sometimes, that's fine. Some of that, it impacts us mentally, physically. Maybe, that's okay. Maybe we don't want that, but that's okay. As long as we're not carrying baggage, you set the baggage down, the things that if you can't, sometimes we get forced to, our memory won't go away on it. But yeah, we looking forward to the next year. We take everything we remember, and I'm proud of you, man. I am. Like again, Travis Winter lived a crazy life, crazy life. And like he said, 4 years he has stayed, I'm going to say just stayed out of major trouble. I think we'll do there. You stayed incarceration free, I think was the way to go. And I'm proud of that, dude. I'm very proud of it. If these people thought like that, if they try again, anybody can have a past. I don't judge people for use of drugs. Again, when we're talking about these folks, there's a point to it. Like I said, I've used drugs. I mean, shit.
Yeah.
I'm no saint. So
I was touring with bands through the 90s. Yes. Right. Okay. I mean, but there's also a point where you take that self-evaluation. You go, you've got 2 paths that you can go down. And Travis, dude, I'm telling you, brother, it is a hard path. But once you get past all of that, you come out on the other side and you go, man, just 4 years ago, 10 years ago, I was looking at, X, Y, or Z, and look at the future I have now in front of me.
With kids, like I said, I live a crazy life. And then I found out that my oldest was on the way. And I was like, I can't live like this. I've got to be a better parent than like my biological father was. He was a mess. I can't be like that. I've got to be a great parent. So you take that, you take whatever, ultimately though, it's got to be about you. And really, like I said, I don't judge people for any kind of past because everybody has pasts. What I judge is these people ripping folks off.
Yes.
That terrifies me in a way because they have access to I'm going to say vulnerable populations,
Yes.
And it's sad because there have been I've had people reach out. I mean, one of the worst stories I've ever heard is about one of the people that gave them money, a large amount. I'm not going to say specifically because, again, it gives away who they are, but they gave a large amount of money. They were on a fixed income and they couldn't afford it, but they felt that it had been talked about and they needed to do it because they had been sold a bill of goods that wasn't true. Yes. Now, with this, once they gave it, that money was never given to the people that was about. So the money was never turned over, and they've watched as these people, they've proven that they were taking advantage. Now, again, these folks, they thought they were doing a great thing. That's why I try to be careful in judging, especially early, because now there's a certain point after a while, it's like, man, if you don't have an excuse, like if there is not a reason, again, if you're not a vulnerable population or something, if you just keep returning to these people, because you sincerely think they're great people or something, man, you're an idiot,
Yes.
But they definitely do. Like I said, they have access to vulnerable people. And some of the people I've talked to, it's fucking sad because when all the chips come down on this stuff, and they will sooner or later.
Yes.
But when they come down, we're going to see police. I want to hold the police departments accountable for it because they let this happen. You know, they were told by victims. They were even told by, again, you know, we've heard Levy County about that. We heard that the Fats contacted Levy County to get ahead of Lynette Preston.
Yep.
But Lynette Preston told them that she had been, you know, had taken they'd taken money from her, and they just ignored it.
Yes.
And that blows my mind, you know. So when it comes down, though, I said, you know, we need to make sure that we hold these fucking people accountable too, because they have allowed a lot of people to suffer. And they've allowed also, if they can't protect people with $100,000, they can't protect people with you know, with protected orders. Well, what do you think other people are going through in those areas?
Yeah.
That disturbs
the
me.
silent majority of them.
Yeah, they said, you quiet or else, you know.
Yeah.
Windy City. Thanks for the fine, by the way. Oh, sorry. What were you saying?
No, I was going to say Windy City Dreams. That I agree. I mean, this is the danger of it.
Yeah, I worry about this for sure. It is one of my major concerns with all this. I worry about the safety. So you say on the 5th, there was a pew incident on Temples. Yeah, you know, and you see this stuff. I mean, honestly, like, this is when we're in the only job out there. You know, nobody has to deal with the kind of things you have to deal with when you pick up a microphone. Not even no politicians, nothing. They don't deal with what you deal with. And the police, they make it sound like this should be part, you know, oh, well, you're a YouTuber. And it's like, no, man, we that doesn't matter. You know, like, we didn't sign, we're supposed to be protected too. And you get nut jobs again, like Tim Pool, for example. Like Tim Pool or hate Tim Pool, you have people that go beyond that and they turn the man into like the devil.
Yes.
That's how you end up with crazy people at his doorstep wanting to hurt him.
Yes, and he's been swatted how many times?
Oh God, man! I'm like, at a certain point, it's like, dude, you know, that system. There is something broken in the system when you can send police dozens of times. You know, nothing
to a studio. It would just be like having a concert, you know, for a big band, and every time that you play, you're receiving one of those La Bamba threats. You know. It's just like, you know, it ruins it for everybody else. You know, you're not harming the person, you're harming everybody else that enjoys the music.
What's bad though is, I mean, they've just let it happen like that. Yes. That's what this whole thing, like you're saying, I worry about their safety, but I worry about it because of the escalation. Like, we should never be where we are.
No.
You know, they had a guy in jail because he had pulled a pew. They love to focus on Wes. Okay. What about Patty? Patty was right there. She even came back. She talked about all of the problems they having. They absolutely ignored her. They treated her like garbage. They decided from go that Jeremy Hales. He wasn't even involved in that. They let an 8-year-old child have a pew pulled on them. So,
yes,
you know, I feel bad for the residents of Otter Creek too. Diaper for all. Thanks for the tune there. Diaper roll. Yeah, you heard about invasion. Oh yeah, the God, I can't think of his name. The big car guy. It's actually so. It's a tax issue in his area because they're trying to get him for not paying certain taxes.
Oh, you're talking about Diesel Brother?
Diesel. Yeah.
Yeah. So I covered that. And that he spent 4 days in jail. It was environmental activists that were brought him to court. And the way that they were doing it was basically just giving him a runaround. And the reason that he spent those days in jail is because the attorney on that claimed that he wasn't giving discovery. And so they the judge put a bench warrant out. And whenever he got to court, over that, he showed, listen, we've given him this information not once, not twice, but 4 times. I've given him the same information. And the judge said this never should have happened. Now he's going back after them. He's going to get retribution for all of the crap that they did. He hasn't evaded anything.
Yeah, well, and that's, I mean, that is damage to reputation and more. You know, when that guy came out and you heard all of this, you know, ultimately too, when I hear, you know, things like tax, first of all, I'm not encouraging that, but I'm not going to sit here and be like, we gonna go and send us in. You know, I live in the South, and I don't have a lot of life for there. I've had some problems in my past with dealing with corrupt fucking authority figures. You know, I've seen them throughout my life. I don't respect a lot of them.
Well, hell, there's another guy that went out to Montana. He bought a Lamborghini and burned it to the ground. And he's registered, I believe, in Montana, and they came after him for tax evasion because he didn't pay taxes on a Ferrari, I think is what it was. He didn't pay taxes on a Ferrari. It was just like, and they came in and showed up at his place of business and had a warrant out for him, and he thought it was a joke. He was just like, "What are you talking about?"
Yeah, well, all kinds of stuff happens like that, you know, and I hear, and again, you know, I'm not telling you to ever do anything that will get you in trouble, just in saying that. But it's kind of like this. I can't believe too, and watching, you know, that group over there is not pro anything. They are only anti-Hales. When a bunch of fucking felons get together and they cheerlead the police, you know, they cheerlead prosecutors not doing their. Now they may like it where prosecutors don't do their jobs because some of them are, you know, the kind of hired stonker pieces of shit that, you know, they make their livings off of harassing people and more. But yeah, seeing them cheerlead police, that tells me there's something really, really messed up. Oh, I really hope, like with everything else, I don't trust Levy County not to have conspired with these people to try to arrest or something. Again, I'm not saying that would happen, but I would not put it past them. I think they're dumb enough, especially after the protective order. I think they were dumb enough to have conspired with these people. And in the long run, Hales will destroy them if that happens. Small town cops, small town prosecutors, small town judges trying to pull a quick one. Yeah, but
well, they tried it with the water.
Oh yeah. They try it with all kinds of stuff. You know, you call out problems in a place, and they've done everything they can to pretty much make him leave. You know, when they're telling you they won't do anything about the protective order, that doesn't have anything to do with the protective order. That has everything to do with Jeremy Hales.
Exactly.
You know, and people need to, and that's why it scares me for him, you know.
Yes.
And
that scares me more than any of the other people. Not that those other people aren't scary, but that because as you see how they're claiming immunity from any sort of prosecution for bad behavior.
Yeah, well, and they're the biggest gang out there. They have, if they want to be, you can have good police, or you can have the worst gang ever because they can, you know, they're armed. They have the law behind them as they make up as they go, and they can do whatever they want. Now they can be held in check later on, but it is scary. So again, Jeremy Hales, you know, I know he has cameras around and he records everything. That's one thing that's kept him safe, in my opinion. That's the only thing, ultimately. I imagine they're afraid to do much with him just because of that. But I do worry about his safety, man.
I do too.
You know, spicy and sassy. Thanks for the 4 buttons there. Liz reminds me of a sucker fish. She's definitely
fucking something.
Sucker fish. That's funny. Yeah, those big algae eaters. That JC, thanks for the 2. ChatGPT is going to stomp out creativity. Well, I think what it does is ultimately it makes people want to not pay for real creative. Like for me, for example, if I want to do an art project, I'm not going to pull up ChatGPT and make pictures. I'm going to hire somebody like Dead Punk. He's going to. It's going to be fun. We're going to do something like. I'm going to support artists in the artist endeavors. But a lot of people, they'll try to use a ChatGPT. And when you notice, like my avatars that I goof off with, when you notice they have 6 fingers and other stuff.
Yep.
What you get with ChatGPT. So.
Well, and I as much as people think that ChatGPT and all the AI is going to destroy creativity, I beg to differ. What I think that it's going to do is it makes people appreciate real musicians, like somebody, because one of my old bandmates, I talked with him just recently, and he was just like, you're making AI created music and stuff. Well, you're a musician. Why aren't you? I was like, you realize for me to record the volume and the stuff that I enjoy making, it would
put real work into it.
it would take it just to do an album. You're looking at 6 months. If it's just me by myself, it would take me 6 months to play the drums, to make sure that I've got the keyboards in place, that I've got all the musicians that can play this kind of stuff. It would take months to do something that on one song that I can do in just a short period of time. But I will tell you what, if you find musicians that can perform the same way, those guys will become mega big. They will always draw a crowd because it is something that you can feel, touch, hear. You're right there in the moment with the band. I mean, it's you can watch the Macy's Day Parade all day long on TV, and you go, yeah, okay, it's just sort of going in the background. But if you're right there at Macy's Day Parade and you're watching these people perform that have been walking down the street for hours, you have such an appreciation for it that you don't get off of the TV. And it's the same way with music. It's the same way with anything that ChatGPT could possibly do. You cannot replace an actual attorney that, as much as you like to think that you're an attorney, you cannot replace someone like Randy Shockett. That the knowledge that he has, and you can sit there and come up with all kinds of crap off of the interwebs, but he has the knowledge behind him because he's been practicing for so long.
You've seen the AI hallucinations too. I think.
Oh God, yes.
Yeah. So I think that's actually a good point, because the AI hallucinations, they definitely show you what the problems are with AI.
Yes. All you have to do is look at Stupid Dave's Last Pleading. That's a perfect example. He misquotes things that make no sense in actual law.
Yeah. I kind of loved it. I kind of love the fact that he was dumb enough to do this stuff. And I don't know, it kind of made me laugh, because I was like, you got to be kidding me. He's admitting, and Ray also. Ray's like, yeah, I've been using the ChatGPT. It's better than a lawyer. And I sat here and told them, I was like, this is really dumb of you guys. You do this and you're gonna cause yourself some real problems. And they didn't care. They were like, no. And they talked a lot of shit too. They talked a lot of shit about all of us, that, again, they think that because if we say something, that it's automatically wrong because blah blah blah. And I'm like, you realize that people with AI, they have been getting in real trouble in the courts.
Well, even Michael Federico's got in trouble in the courts. He got sanctioned over that shit.
These guys are suckers, though, man. They sit around and they think that they have all these answers. They think that they know better than an actual lawyer would. And again, I can't tell you how Fed 2 will go.
No. Oh,
I can tell you that if they get out, though, that the one person that will be left on the hook will be Lynette Preston.
Oh God, yeah, she's going to be on the hook for every single bit of that.
Well, she brought up cases that she never should have sued on. She's talking about another one, by the way. She's been talking about it forever, where she's gonna, sue us all for this, that, or the other. And I'm like, you realize that you're already in trouble for that. You bring some shotgun pleaded garbage, especially Lynette. You add me to a lawsuit, and that would be very dumb of you. That would be very, very dumb of you.
Yeah, and also you have to understand different attorneys do different things. I mean, people like to sit there and go, "But your wife's a lawyer." My wife, she would tell you the first thing. She goes, "I would never handle this kind of crap." I'm like, I wouldn't expect you to. Whenever Libs was talking about suing me and wanting to bring me into this shit, she goes, "How are you going to deal with this?" I was like, "I'll hire a freaking lawyer."
Yeah, you get a real, attorney that specializes in this,
Exactly.
That's the thing too. These idiots think AI handles everything, like it's a one-off tool. And it's like, dude, people spend their entire lives learning a specialty. They go after one specific type of law. And you think you're going to replace that by bringing in, again, AI. And it blows my mind, man. I kind of like watching them do that though, because they're really stupid. And
well, I've sort of gotten used to their stupidity.
Yeah, I did. Like I said, they played every main card they could with yourself, with Megan. I mean, again, they're just rehashing old turf. You notice they'll come at you here and there. They don't come, once they played that, and for a minute again, you reeled for a minute because I've been to the docking thing, man. It sucks. It's a shitty place, but like I said, the other side is much better. And you notice they don't try to come at you as much anymore.
No, because they don't understand that there was nothing inappropriate in the first place. And now you're threatening that kind of shit. That's the wrong path.
It's the dumb path.
Here's the thing. If you want me to stop talking about your bullshit and you want me to stop covering the bullshit, then stop doing bullshit. It's as simple as that.
I told them, look, you bring my kids into this shit. I kept telling them. They kept saying they were going to do it. And I told them, if you want to get me really involved and you keep bringing up shit like that, you bring them in and I will. At first, I told them I'd spend, that month of time. I told them. And they, people like Ray, I mean, Ray is such a scumbag. He's probably, to me, he's one of the worst people in the ecosystem. Absolutely. He, it's not just the moralizing and shit. He, like I've said before, he's got that bell tower freaking eyes. There's something wrong there. When we get old, just because a shitty person gets old doesn't make them somehow a better person. We just look at people, and as they get elderly, I said elderly, which I guess he is old. When you get older, people, they look at you as not a bad, you can look nice, but there's stuff you can see in his smile, and there's something wrong there. There's something absolutely wrong. I believe I am a very good reader of people. And
you are.
That guy is one of the worst people in the ecosystem. And if he fixates on kids, like I say, Ray, you need to stay away from children. I haven't accused you of anything, but you piece of shit. You keep talking about like little girls. That's creepy to me, man. You're an old man. You talk about little girls all the time. If it's not mine, you talk about other people's little girls. You talk about a little girl over in fucking Otter Creek. Are you fucking Otter Creek, Ray? No. Or you talk about like Megan's little girls. Or you talk, like, again, what is this fucking thing? Like, why don't you mind your own business, you weirdo? Again, if you said, hey, if somebody were bringing up your daughter, and it's like, oh my God, how dare you? Ray saw it as a problem real quick.
Mm-hmm.
But they want to bring up, especially rules now, you know, but they do weird me out because a lot of these people, they bring up other people's kids all the time.
They're very interested in that. And I don't, and there's, you know, I don't cover cases that deal with that. I try to avoid that at all because things where children are involved, like any sort of court case, I mean, I just can't do it. It just pushes me away.
I avoid it. It really depends on the case. I cannot stand, like I said, the way like these people are, the way that these people have. They don't get involved in the case. They're talking about the kid thing for them is one thing, but again, they started fixating on like Megan's kids, my kid, you know, and it's bizarre. Like I said, I haven't accused them of anything either, but I will say, like, you know, some fucking creeper keeps talking about kids, you know.
Well, they did that same shit with Squid.
Yeah, you know? That's true. There's another. You know, I spaced that, not meaning to, but I spaced there too. So they went after, and again,
and Georgie. I mean, it's just like
right.
what the hell?
Yeah. What the hell's indeed.
Yes. Getting all distracted. Sorry, Alan.
Emmy, thank you for the super sticker, by the way. Appreciate that, Emmy. Appreciate you too, Emmy. Thank you. Kat, thanks for the 38 months. That's awesome. Appreciate that. Great show. Loved you both. Well, thank you. Yeah. We just sat here talking. Shit, I didn't realize we've been on forever, too. 4.5 hours. That's probably the longest live stream I've had in a long time.
Oh, jeez, Louise.
I'm sorry. Good, man. No, you're good. You know what? Both of us have just sit here and rambled and talked. It's good. And Max, thank you for the 2. Holy cow, it's after me. Yeah, I didn't realize what time it was. I have not had a live stream this long in a while, but it made for a good live stream. So
yes, good conversations.
Yep. Let me make sure I have not missed anyone outside here. Let's see. I don't think I missed anything. All right, we are caught up. All right, so again, check out Shizzy's channel, Faux Show. You know, check out Shizzy. Again, he's very, very close to the number. We'll have to push him over that. I just told the spaces tonight, but we will make it up, you know. But tell everybody to get him over that number. He's very close. But appreciate you being here, Shizzy.
Thank you, brother.
See you.
Thank you, Chad.